Good morning or good night, so to speak, to many viewers who are watching the coverage from the Northern America. As I understand, for many of you, it might be awfully late. Sorry, there's nothing we can do about that because here in Europe, at least in Italy, it's 9 a.m. in the morning, and Levy is getting ready to start his second game in the Spilimbergo Open. I myself, I'm grandmaster at Connections. I'm his coach. In case somebody wondering who is the guy, and I've been coaching Levy for the last couple of months. We had a very productive cooperation so far, which has resulted in a couple of gained rating points. But essentially, what he's trying to do here in Italy, he's pursuing his very first grandmaster norm. So, I mean, I don't think I need to explain Levy's ambition that he wants to achieve after his return to competitive chess. He wants to become a grandmaster. And I'm going to do everything I can to help him. So today we are also going to have the 10-minute delay. So everything you're seeing right now, I said 10 minutes ago, essentially, at the moment, there's no change. I was hoping that for today's coverage, we will do the no delay stream. At the moment, it's not possible, so I won't go too much into detail, but maybe at some point later. And what does it mean? It means that it could be a bit difficult for me to engage with you real time in chat, so please understand it. And I will, of course, occasionally have a look what you have to say. I have opened chat windows both on Twitch and YouTube from Gotham Chess's channels, and maybe select a couple of most interesting questions or insights or whatever as I see fit. So hello everybody, hope you're having a great time. The game has not yet started, and I still do not have the video feed. Not sure if where's the reason, because Levy today is testing a brand new connection. Yesterday he was relying on the Wi-Fi of the Spilimbergo playing venue, which was sometimes quite laggy. And I suggested him to get one of those eSIMs, right, to get a better data coverage so that there's no delay. But I'm a bit afraid I still don't have the video. So I hope he realizes this. There's nothing I can show you yet. So maybe in the meantime, let me see if I have possibilities. Just a second. I wanted to check something. So the video is still not there. I hope it's gonna arrive. And the pace of today, oh, there you go. I see the video. I think I can enable it. There's the video. He's setting it up. That's the moment as we speak. Woo! Look at that. What is there? All right. So the pace of today's commentary will be as follows. It's a long game. This is a classical time control game. So those of you who are watching, you expect there's going to be a lot of moves played very quickly, like 10, 15 moves every minute. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not going to happen. This is a classical game, and this means slow chess. On average, you can expect a move every 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes. So that's why you have to forgive me if I'm not immediately always jumping to the very, very last move that was just played, because we are gonna get there anyway. You're not gonna miss anything, right? So you have the board in front of you at all times. You have the video. You can see if there's been some action. Don't worry about it. My job is to explain you the potential thought process behind those moves, right? So that's why sometimes I'm not going to immediately jump in and say, hey, he has just played e4, he's just played e4, etc. We are going to get there. Don't you worry about it. And of course, if it's going to come to the time scramble, we're focusing on every single move just played and not going to miss any action. Yesterday, it was actually quite funny. We missed the end of the game because there was a video lag. And when I refreshed the window, the game was already over. So it was a bit odd. So answering some questions, how did Levy play yesterday, the round one? He won. That was a very fast victory. He won the game in like 17 moves. We had some confusion because I got the result, the game is over, but throughout the years, I have developed a bit distrust in the online transmission. I need to get some kind of a confirmation if this is indeed the official end of the game. I did not see it on the camera. That's why we were a bit confused for something like 10 minutes. But he won the game. Very nice one. And I'm sure that all of you already have looked at the recaps. Levy is doing the recaps. I'm doing the recaps. Now I'm checking if we are live. We should be live, I think, but for some reason one of my tabs is not working. Okay, I think everything is good. Why is this happening? Just a second, let me see if I can work it out. All right. Everything seems to be in order. We're gonna see how it's gonna go. So, we also tested the brand new thing with the round 2 because we decided to schedule the event on YouTube. I mean, Levy yesterday did the very first stream on his YouTube channel. That was a new thing. He had never done it before. I mean, those of you who have been obviously following Levy's adventures, you know that he streams on Twitch mostly. He has 1.1 million followers there. And yesterday he did the very first stream on YouTube. So today we attempted to do something new. We've never done it before. I attempted to schedule the event. So I'm a bit curious how it's gonna look like. I'm not entirely sure. So pardon me if the very beginning is a bit awkward. All right. For some reason, I'm getting a bit weird data on Twitch. I'm not sure why this is the case. All right. Whoa. What was that? I'm pretty sure the game's not over. Anaki Ortiz Verdes Auto did not win her game. I don't know what happened here. Just a second, let me refresh the window. This is really weird. Wow. All right. Okay, this seems to be working. Seems to be working. Oh, this is weird. All right. Okay. We're good. We're good. Some technical glitches. Yeah, I'm actually also surprised. Somebody wrote it on Twitch chat. Why does it show one viewer? This is what I tried to figure it out. Because it's definitely more. And maybe you could write me some confirmations. Are you seeing the coverage just fine? All right, because I have some weird data from my end. Also, I'm surprised with this glitch that Anaki Ortiz versus Zoto has won her game. Now, this is obviously not the case. All right, let's put it on the other way. So I hope we are going to get the moves with no delay. Apparently, the digital operator of this board decided to mess up with the fans. The game obviously still continues, even though on the broadcast it says that Levy's opponent has won the game. This is not the case. Don't worry about it. Levy is just fine, as you're seeing him on the screen. And today we have 2 games. The time control for every game is 90 minutes. For the entire game, 90 minutes. This is not a blitz game. This is not a rapid game. So have a lot of patience. And there's a 30-second increment per move. Today there's 2 games. This is the morning game. It's 9:30 a.m. in Italy. It's very early morning. And until midnight, Levy was recording some recaps. He was doing some prep. Yesterday he had a major jet lag. I forgot to ask to him how's he feeling today. He did sound to me in much better spirits. I suppose this is how it should be because he has managed to spend one more day and get more accustomed to the Italian time zone, because essentially he flew all the way from New York to Italy, which is about 6 time zones. It's tough. And today is going to be one of the most difficult days for him. So this is the morning game. Then we are going to have the evening game. And today he plays against Anaki Ortiz versus Zoto. And we did some prep before the game. So Anaki plays mainly d4. d4, c4, knight c3. She's a positional player. I believe the number 2 of Ecuadorian national team of women. She does not play very active, and we are discussing with Levy what kind of approach to take. And I gave him a couple of suggestions. And most likely we are going to see d4, d5, c4, e6, queen's gambit declined. Whoa, what just happened there? This looks like a moment of silence, apparently, for somebody. Yeah, this is a very accustomed thing in chess tournaments, to remember somebody. Players are sometimes asked to have this 1 minute of silence. Okay, it's not really 1 minute, but stand up, give honor to somebody. Apparently has passed or something. I don't really know. So, yeah, that's at least the way we chess players, we pass our respects to somebody. And the players are waiting for the start of the game. So anyway, what I was saying is that Anaki is not very active. And Levy's asking my advice how to take on this game. So my suggestion was not to simplify too much in the very beginning. And give the opportunity for her opponent to make a mistake. Keep as many pieces as pawns on the board as possible. And give the opportunity to make a mistake. So as you can see, Anaki is not there yet at the board. I think this has something to do with the morning round, because so many players, we are owls. You know, we like to wake up pretty late. And okay, maybe for Levy it's a bit easier because he's suffering jet lag. He has difficulties to get in the new time zone. So he was already awake a couple of hours ago, had his breakfast and was doing some morning prep. But Anaki is still not here, and she can be late for 60 minutes, which is something I don't quite like. I think it's a bit too much. So if she is late more than 60 minutes, her game is immediately forfeited. I hope it never happens, but I am more of a fan of like something like 50 minutes being late, and then the game is forfeited. But anyway, some tournaments even impose the so-called Sophia rule. Oh, wait, was it Sophia rule? Maybe there's a different rule, doesn't matter. Where you're not at the board at the very second the round starts, you get a loss. Which, by the way, kind of makes sense. Because imagine this, you're playing a football game, for example, Argentina against Brazil, and one of the teams decides to show up 5 minutes late. How about that? Yeah, it's just unacceptable. So, in chess, it's a bit more lax, you know? I mean, you can be late, your clock is ticking, but most players try to be there on time. As you can see also, on the right of Levy, there's another board, which... maybe that's the one. Okay, I thought there's more players missing. We are going to see. So, ask me any questions you have. Again, this pace of this game is going to be much slower than usual. Get used to this. I'm not going to immediately jump to every move just played. I'll try to walk through the thought process, what Levy might be thinking. Maybe I'm going to teach you a couple of things while doing so, but mainly just chill. It's a long day ahead of us, and yeah, I feel for Northern Americans. It's midnight, but it is what it is. So, where's the opponent? Anaki is not here. You know, sometimes some players like to use this as an extra opportunity to get information, especially you playing with black. So you stay at your hotel room deliberately. You get information, aha, my opponent plays with white, for example, e4, d4. You very quickly check the database. What was the response against e4, d4? What I'm supposed to play, and then you rush to the playing venue. I mean, it kind of makes no sense, to be honest, because you don't really get a lot of information just based on the very first move, and you lose your time. But I know players who are doing this. But here, I don't think this is the case, because Anaki is the one who has to make the very first move. So she's not going to get any information out of the opponent, and as soon as you arrive at the playing venue, you sit down at the board, you cannot leave. And this is also the reason why the delay is implemented, due to fair play reasons. I mean, it's not a secret that nowadays my phone could easily beat Magnus Carlsen. So if I would use it, Magnus Carlsen would not stand a chance against me. But it is illegal. You cannot do it. So using engines, using phones, or external assistance is exactly the same as doping in any other sport. It's illegal. You cannot do it. It gives you unfair advantage. That's why it is strictly forbidden. And for exactly this reason, there's a delay. So in case somebody decides somewhere, you know, have a peak, somehow passing by some coverage or something, there's at least a 10-minute delay. Now, if you ask me, I don't think it really matters. I would prefer to do this live with no delay, but I understand the organizers. All respect to them. I know it's very tough to organize a tournament. every single tournament, the organizers are having major headaches because of somebody they suspect might be using an assistant. There's the opponent, Anaki arrives at the board. Usually the etiquette is to apologize. At least this is what I'm doing. If I'm late, I'm almost never late. But if I arrive late, I am saying, I apologize, I'm late, right? It's like giving respect to the opponent. Okay, now obviously the game is not yet decided. This is the glitch of chess.com. Let me maybe try to see if they can fix it. Just a second, let me text somebody. Who could I text? I'm not really sure. Everybody is asleep. So the game is obviously continuing. As you can see, Anaki has not won her game. I hope the clock situation is going to work for us so that we have no issues with that. D4, knight f6 is played by Levy. Yeah, so before the game we were discussing about order of the moves. Levy wants to play e6, d5. And he's just trying to trick her opponent in one of the setups. Actually, I'm not exactly sure why he decided to play knight f6 and not d5 immediately. So he's expecting that Anaki is going to play c4, Levy is going to play e6. For example, a c4, e6, knight c3, and d5. This is what Levy wants, this position, and there's a fair chance we are going to get to some sort of Gauss-pad position with bishop g5. And Levy here has a surprise plan for the opponent. So I suppose we are going to talk about it a bit later. But Anaki apparently is a bit surprised with the knight f6. And I suppose she has done some prep. And Levy lately has played quite a bit of d5. So she's thinking, why is my opponent playing knight f6 the first move? So Anaki doesn't really have any other thoughts than that. Okay, knight f3. I think Levy's happy to see this move. So he might play here d5 or e6. Now, what's the correct order of the moves? Nothing else is going to happen here. There's not going to be g6. There's not going to be b6. So is Levy starting with d5 or e6? Fight for the center. I'm not really sure. Knight f3 is something that he didn't really expect. So he's thinking about what's the most precise move order. Is it d5? Is it e6? Okay, he plays d5, which is completely fine. So the clock situation... c4, e6. This is part of the prep. He was getting ready to play this today. Now, most likely, Anaki is going to play knight c3. Levy is going to play knight bd7. I'm pretty sure. We talked about this in the morning. There was another possibility. Yes, knight c3 is on the board. I'm pretty sure that knight bd7 is about to follow. So here Levy has a couple of very interesting ideas. White sacrifices the pawn on c4. This is a pretty common thing. The point is, then after e4, white gets a powerful center. The pawn on c4 is dropping. So if you're doing this, then you need to come up with more concrete solutions. Like b5 is a pretty popular move here. Give up the pawn on b5 for the pawn on e4. And right now, Levy is thinking how much time to spend on knight e7, and knight e7 he plays. Yes, this is part of the prep. He was rechecking the file before the start of the round. This was one of the positions he was getting ready. Unlike yesterday. Yesterday, Levy was improvising basically move 2. Because those of you who are following it, his round 1 game, he played knight f3, and the black played b6. And that's it. The prep was out of the window. The Owen defense or whatever, not a very good opening. So I think that any opening that doesn't quite fight for the center is not a good one, because you need to control the center to call the shots and be faster to get back to the defense. So knight e7 is played. And Levy, I think right now he is like visually trying to recollect some of the analysis that he had that was in the file. So one of the most principled considerations here is bishop g5. But I have a feeling that Anaki is going to play c6 on d5. And why is this? Because she really likes the so-called Kospet structure. Levy knows this. This is what I told him in the morning. That she's not really very big on theory. And in many setups, from the white's perspective, she really likes to include c6, and then develop the bishop. And why is this? Because if she plays something like bishop f4, okay, maybe let me start you with something like e3. If she plays e3, which is a perfectly reasonable move, this imprisons the bishop on c1, which is still okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's some people who don't like it. So that's why you're thinking, I could, yeah, of course, c6 on, I think I saw it. Yeah, of course, c6 on d5 was just played. And that's why there's some people who like to bring out the bishop early out. Something like bishop g5 or bishop f4. Not really sure what's the big difference. And now there's sometimes this idea of d6 on c4. So you're giving up the pawn on c4. And if you play e3, try to protect it. How about moves like knight b6? Protect the pawn. How about moves like a6, bishop c4, b5, bishop b7, c5, etc. So that's why Anaki really likes the so-called Kospet structure. And in the morning, I told Levy that there's a 90% chance that his opponent is going to play c6 on d5, because she really likes the Kospet. c6, bishop g5 is played, pinning the pawn on d5, and bishop b4, this is still the prep. Levy knows what he's doing, and the big idea here is to play c5. All right. Now, I believe here Anaki is going to spend a bit of time. So let me check some of the chat insights. I'm not sure which one are we going to start. Let me see. Let me randomly select something. Will Levy receive points when it's forfeited? Okay, now already this is not an actual question. This was asked by RFD2 on YouTube channel. Now, this is fortunately not the case, but actually, it's a great question, because there are cases when some players, by not showing up to the game, they ruin the norm chances for the other player. This is a big problem. So, especially this happens in the final round, and I've heard of the cases when you're, let's say, you're in the norm, very close to get the norm, and all you need to do, not even just to make a draw in the final round to get the norm, all you need to do is for your opponent just to show up to the game. So you play the game, whatever the result, even if you lose, you get the norm. Sometimes this happens. And I've heard of the stories where the opponent does not show up. It's insane. So you don't get the GM norm or IM norm. That's why there have been some changes in the regulations. I'm not sure what they are, but this used to be a problem. But luckily, we are not going to get here. And the player has arrived. And I hope all of the opponents, they're going to arrive. I mean, try to not coming to play a game against Gotham Chess. The entire world is going to know it. All right, let me select another question. Some of the last ones maybe. Just a second. Yeah, you're very quick with the question, so Akruit HT is asking, can I pre-move in a real tournament? No. But actually, finally, it is possible to pre-move in a blitz game, especially when you're playing on last seconds. It's not really legal, but some players do it. In a classical tournament, no, it's never going to happen. So you can't really pre-move, make the move before your opponent has pressed the clock. It's illegal. But when you're pressing the clock a lot in a time scramble and you get something like +1 second per move or even no seconds at all, then yeah, sometimes you're seeing essentially pre-moves. Let me see. More questions. Oh, what just happened? Did Levy got permission from organizers to film? Lev for Fanta is asking on Twitch. I imagine you have to because I'm not really sure. Maybe it's even written in the tournament regulations, and this is becoming a brand new thing. Is that by accepting to play in a tournament, you are also agreeing that you might be filmed or photographed at any given moment. So that's how it works. But of course, Levy has asked the permission to the organizer. Organizer is well aware that Levy has a camera, even though, by the way, in the regulations, there is a point that you're not allowed to bring any electronic devices in the playing venue. But obviously, this is an exception. I mean, the organizer is well aware who Levy is, and all of this has been double checked with the organizer. This is allowed. This is an exception. He knows that Levy is not going to interact with the phone in any way. And as already mentioned at the very beginning, with this round, Levy is testing the so-called eSIM to get unlimited data. This was my suggestion because yesterday he was relying on the playing venue's Wi-Fi, which was sometimes failing a bit, and I hope the quality today is better. To be honest, I have never even used the eSIM myself, so I'm not even sure how it works. I know how it works in theory, never done it. I was last month, I was in Switzerland. I could have used it, I did not. There's a question on the Twitch channel, Soft Cree or Cree, whatever it spells. I apologize about it. What are they writing down? This is a good question. So unlike online games, the tradition in classical games over the board is that you have to write down the moves. We call them score sheets. So at the very beginning of a game, you get in front of you a score sheet. Okay, this is just a piece of paper, but there's an official score sheet. You write your first name, your last name, the date, the playing venue, the rating of the opponent, I don't know, the color of your opponent's haircut, whatever. You write down all of those things, and then you write down the moves. Why is this necessary? Well, it's like a tradition, actually. It's one of those things that we have been doing for decades. Mainly the idea is that you can use the score sheet in case there's a dispute. For example, there's a trefoiled repetition. Trefoiled repetition is that the position repeats 3 times and then your opponent can claim a draw. So he calls the arbiter, he says, arbiter, I want a draw. So how can arbiter check if there's been a trefoiled repetition? The score sheet. So he takes a score sheet, he takes it to the underboard, and he checks if indeed the trefoiled repetition occurred. That's one of the reasons. Another reason why the score sheets are necessary is that they give the players a better feeling which move they are at, especially if there's a second time control. For example, they're playing 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then very often there's an extra time after move 40, let's say half an hour. So you're writing down the moves and you're seeing, okay, I'm at move 35. So this means with the remaining time, I have to make extra 5 moves, and then I'm going to get extra more time. This is really important. But in this tournament, of course, it's not going to happen because 90 minutes are for the entire game. There's no second time control. And of course, extra 30 seconds for every main move. So that's it. Yeah, by the way, E3, C5 was just played. I'm going to explain you those moves in a moment. But in a traditional sense, I do believe that the score sheets in their current form, they're all but relics from the past. Because I think with the modern age already at our doorstep, we are maybe not at the doorstep, we are already in the modern age, why we are not using digital pads where you don't write down the moves. That's why the moves should be recorded themselves. You can always check what is the move, maybe then even sign it digitally, and that's it. Yeah, because after you finish the game, one of the things how you can attest for the final result is you verify everything you wrote there is correct with the signature. You keep one copy to yourself, you give one copy to the arbiter, and your opponent does the same. That's it. If you have never played over the board, you have probably never experienced any score sheets. I imagine at some point they're just going to disappear. Anyway, okay, let me go back and see what has changed here. So the entire idea of bishop b4 is to apply some pressure on this diagonal. So black's idea is to play c5, queen a5, and knight e4. Try to get to the spin. So e3 was played. I suppose it makes perfect sense because you want to bring the bishop in the game. And this is still the prep. So Levy wants to play queen a5. He wants to play knight e4. And again, hit the knight on c3. So let me just show you some lines. For example, let's say white gets really scared. White plays a3. White is scared of the pimp. So you take on c3. And you play queen a5. How do you defend a pawn on c3? I mean, if you take on f6, there's intermezzo check. You're just down a pawn. And to make things worse, there's no queen d2. The rook at a1 is under attack. So clearly not good for white. And if you play, for example, moves like queen c2, knight e4 is a problem. The pawn on c3 is hit, the bishop on g5 is hit. So black is just having a very nice position. Maybe play moves like, okay, you can take the pawn on a3, knight b6, bishop f5, rook c8. Looks really nice. So that's why I think that this a3 is simply too slow. And the same applies maybe for d takes on c5. I'm not exactly sure. So again, queen a5 could be a move. So you're threatening to play knight e4, hit the knight, hit the pawn here on the bishop here on g5. So white can include bishop f6, knight f6, play rook c1. And there's some interesting complications available for black. I mean, sometimes black can even play queen a2. With the idea, you could take the queen. This is a pin. You want to take the pawn on b2, maybe go back, play knight e4, hit the pawn on c5. So this game potentially can explode. But all you need to know is Levy is still within the prep. He knows this. All right. There's a question from Twitch chat. Black here that is asking, did I talk with Levy about bishop a3 in the last match? I did. So that was the game, the miniature he won against his opponent, Giulio Simoni, I think. So I said, listen, Levy, you should have considered bishop a3 and then play only f4. Yeah, he agreed. And I also watched Hikaru's recap. And he said that bishop a3 is a computerish move. Well, I disagree. I thought that was a very human move, to be honest. I mean, bishop a3, f4, open up the e file. I thought that was a very human move. So I was a bit surprised to hear that for Hikaru it was computer. Because, by the way, I'm not using engines during this coverage. Maybe this is what I should have told you from the very beginning. Every move I'm showing to you, I'm completely unaware what the engine is saying. And why is this? Because I'm not a big fan of engines anyway. And my only clue is the evaluation bar. So if I do something stupid, I see, right, the bar is dropping or raising, and it gives me clue that apparently I made a mistake, so I can just double check what it is. And that's actually big information, because the players, when they're playing, they don't have access to the bar. They don't know what it is, what it says. Oh, I see there's fellow Latvians from Toronto. Hello? I'm always glad to see fellow Latvians. I'm myself a Latvian player. I'm right now streaming from Riga. I mean, not quite from Riga, one of the suburbs. Smaller towns close to Riga, but technically in Riga. I'm the #1 Latvian grandmaster. In case somebody is asking what's my rating, it's slightly below 2600. I peaked 2631 in my best years. So lately I've been focusing on coaching, also all kinds of content creating, writing chessable courses, etc. And with Levy, we have been working for a couple of months. And during the summer, especially during the July, August, it was a bit sporadic. So we just mainly stayed in touch. But I suspect that we're going to work quite a bit more in the darker months of the autumn. Because I also will be traveling less, and I'll have more chances to help Levy. All right. So bishop f6 is played. Okay, the engine says it's an inaccuracy, but obviously Anaki is aware of the idea of queen a5 and knight e4. The bishop on g5 doesn't really have a lot of purpose. So taking on f6 is a perfectly reasonable move. But it also pretty much says that, listen, Levy has no issues here whatsoever. Because what happens here is that Anaki trades the bishop on g5 with the knight on d7. That's what's happening here. So you could already see that the bishop on g5 feels more active. It's spinning the knight. And the knight on d7 is more passive because it's just protecting the knight. So this trade favors Levy. But here Levy is not going to recapture knight f6 immediately because he wants to check what other opportunities he has. Maybe there's some bishop b5 check. I suppose you play bishop d7. Bonklau would be really bad. So bishop d7, takes. And knight e4 is still a thing, I suppose. Castles. And typically here black wants to play c4. Okay, maybe not immediately, but the idea is to create a passed pawn at the queen side. b5, a6, and try to use the pawn advantage at the queen side. Obviously, there's knight e5 and queen a4, so you need to be a bit more careful to make sure that you're not blundering anything. So that's why here he hasn't immediately recaptured with the knight. Maybe he's a bit tempted to take with the queen. Queen f6, which Also might be more, by the way. Because the big idea is to play c4, and if you play d takes on c5, you take on c3, queen c3, there's no queen d2 because the rook at a1 is hanging. So actually, now that I look at this, queen takes on f6 looks like a move. And let's say if white plays, for example, a3, you want to take on c3, and let's say you play castles, bishop d3, you want to play c4 at some point. Again, I'm not sure which is the right moment. You want to play b5, a5, b4, and organize this passed pawn on the queen side. We're going to see. IGN Ultimate on Twitch is asking, what if you have a low time? Do you still need to write down the score sheets? Actually, I'm not entirely sure what is the current regulation of either rules. But before the increment was a standard thing in classical over-the-board games, you could not write down the moves when you had less than 5 minutes. Now, I'm not sure. I think you can choose not to write. And then after you reach the next time control, you ask for the score sheet of the opponent and you write down the moves. This was, by the way, a very standard thing like 20 years ago. Now it's basically unheard of because we have the increment. And then I suppose you're still going to have enough time to write down the moves. Like you have 30 seconds to make a move. You need to write down the move for like 3 seconds. So this practice of not writing down the moves is pretty rare. But I think it's legal. I don't really know. All right. Let me check more questions. Yeah, by the way, I'm a bit not used to have such a huge audience because, I mean, yesterday we had in total in all platforms, I think 17 or 18,000 viewers, which is just mind-boggling. And usually the chat is just scrolling down very quickly. So I have a hard time to keep up what people are saying. And that's why from time to time I try to select some questions from the chat and maybe provide some interesting answers. So let me find one more. Tom Kelly on YouTube is asking, it appears that the clocks are not updating. I think they are. Levy just has been played very quickly. The problem is there's a glitch with the digital relay. Somebody who is operating this digital board made a mistake. This is not me. This is not chess.com. This is somebody from Italy because usually we have in chess the so-called digital board operators. For example, you're seeing this board right now on the screen. This is not your average chess board. Do you think you know how much does it cost? I mean, maybe I haven't really followed the market, so I have a pretty vague idea that such digital boards, they can cost up to something like 400, 500 US dollars. One board. Why is this? Because they are connected with all kinds of wires to transmit information online. So the pieces have some sensors and the board has sensors. So that's why when you make those moves, it transmits to the software. And apparently there's a guy who is operating those boards in Italy who is responsible for all of those digital boards for the relay to go all over the world. And he has hit the wrong button. For some reason, he has pressed something that Levy's opponent has won the game. And I suspect this is the reason why the board clocks are not updating. Only when the move has been made. But just a second, I have some issues with the video. Let me refresh. Let me see if I can do anything there. Well, that's what I'm seeing right now. Yeah. So starting today, Levy's using a different operator for the mobile data. And it seems there's some problems. Well, this is bad, to be honest. I hope that the picture is going to come back, because I'm pretty sure that Levy selected unlimited data package. Maybe there's some clouds over Spilimbergo in Italy, I don't know. And the data is not coming through. Let's hope that the video feed is going to resume. We also had this problem yesterday. We're using Wi-Fi. Maybe we're going to have to stick to the Wi-Fi. I'm not really sure. But of course, during the game, he can't get up. He can't fix the phone because he doesn't know there's any problem in the relay, obviously. There was also a question on YouTube chat. Where was it? I lost it somewhere. Do I have old score sheets? By the way, I believe this is what Levy is handing out on his Patreon. Because, again, the question is how many of you have registered for the Patreon, which features all of his our training sessions, behind the scenes footage, etc. And there's all kinds of levels. So one of them is, I believe that was the grandmaster level. Maybe he already has changed the title. Pardon me, I haven't really checked it. One of them was giving away the score sheets from his tournament. So it's like a relic for the biggest fans. But his score sheets, not mine score sheets, obviously. My score sheets, I just throw them out. By the way, knight f6 was played by Levy. I don't have it on the screen. For some reason. I think queen f6 also deserved attention. Let me, by the way, refresh once again the window. Yeah. It's still loading. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh well. All right. So I'm pretty sure here that Levy was choosing between knight f6 and queen f6. As I already said, queen f6 did make sense, but okay, knight f6 is a good move because you are bringing out the bishop on c8. You're trying to play knight e4. Queen a5 is still a thing because if you take with the queen on f6, obviously the queen is not getting to a5, the knight is not getting on e4. So Levy looked at this for something like 5 minutes. And he was like, okay, whatever, I'm going to take with the knight and see what happens. All right. Matamad on Twitch is asking, I've shown how white can get in trouble. How can white maintain its advantage? To be honest, I'm not sure there's any advantage even to talk about. But in the ideal world, what white wants, maybe I should go back a couple of moves. What white wants in these positions, white wants to take on c5. And let's say you're just recapturing the pawn on c5. Maybe I'm going to best illustrate it like here. Here, knight f6, d takes bishop c5. So white's idea is to make you suffer because of the weak pawn on d5. Why this pawn is weak? Because there's no pawn support. There's no pawn on e6, no pawn on c6. And in the long run, white is dreaming about this position where white has the knight on d4 versus the bishop on c8. Let me just show you some scenario. Let's say knight e4 is played and something happens to Levy and he doesn't know how to play chess anymore, which of course is never going to happen. So something like this, I'm not sure how to put it to you. Okay, let me just show you the ideal scenario. Obviously, there was a blunder. This is what white wants. A dream scenario. So he has, or she has the weak pawn on d5 that white can target. Beautiful queen on d4, the knight on c3, rook d1, rook d2, rook d1. And most importantly, black has no counterplay. So this is what white wants. But again, you probably suspect it's wishful thinking because, for example, after d takes on c5, Gotham chess is never going to play bishop takes on c5. I'm never going to give up his precious ducks with bishop. I'm pretty sure he's going to play something like knight e4 or queen a5. For example, here, hit the knight. Did I blunder something? Probably some tactics. Okay, queen a5 maybe. Yeah, let's start with queen a5. Hit the knight. You play rook c1. Now I can play knight e4. Hit the knight. Let's say you play something like queen c2. I could maybe even play bishop f5. Bishop d3. I could play rook c8, rook c5, rook c3, bishop c3. This is the typical way to play, and black normally gets a lot of dynamics at the queen side. And that's why also Anaki is not yet making the move. I'm a bit concerned about the lack of the video, to be honest. By now, I would have hoped that it's gonna resolve. Let me just recheck again. There's nothing I can do about it from here. It seems that this mobile operator that Levy is using has failed. I don't know what's the reason. Well, that's too bad. Of course, I'm going to keep it on and hope that the video feed is going to jump back. So most likely, we'll have to use the Wi-Fi from the playing venue, but it's a bit laggy. All right. Again, answering some questions because Levy lost the game. No. By the way, it seems they have... Oh, no, they have not fixed it. No, the result still stands here. The game obviously still continues. It's a glitch from the board operator. All right. Let me see more questions. Alex on YouTube is asking, what kind of time frame do I predict Levy to make a GM? It's a very good question. Probably, by the way, bishop b5 was just played. Bishop d7 to follow. I think it's going to take the fastest 2 years. 2 years. I don't think that Levy is going to suddenly make all the GM norms in 6 months and get a required 25 Congress elo, because there's essentially 4 requirements to get a GM norm, 3 GM norms. You have to perform at elo performance of 2600, and this is approximately top 200 in the world. You have to show that kind of performance in 3 tournaments. So you also have to, there's a lot of side prerequisites like playing 3 grandmasters, many data players, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't really matter at the moment, but you have to play really well. And the 4th requirement is that you have to get to the rating 2500. And so far, Levy has been doing pretty well because in the very first two tournaments he played after his return to the competitive chess, he already has gained almost 50 rating points. So you can imagine if somebody would tell that for Levy to get from 2320 to 2500, yeah, it's very difficult. And even some very big names said that Levy doesn't have a chance. But this mainly happened before the Madrid tournament. And a lot of players changed their minds. I mean, actually, I believed even from the very beginning, even before Madrid, not believed, I just know that he's going to make it, because why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he make? He's going to make it. So the fourth requirement is 2500 ELO is pretty tough one. But now you see he already has gained 50 points. And every single tournament, every single victory allows him to get closer to the goal. But I just don't see it happening half a year. 2 years? Possible. Probably something like 2 or 3 years. So 2 is the fastest, 3 could be optimal. 5? Well, if there's no grandmaster title after 5 years, then something needs to be changed. But in 5 years, totally, he's gonna make it. I mean, that's the latest. Yeah, the video is gone. It's a shame. Callian on Twitch is saying it's low battery. Yeah, that would be really awkward, right? That Levy forgot to charge his phone. No, I don't think so. But I've seen weirder things happen. So, who knows? Now, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with this mobile operator. This is a new thing. Levy had never tested it before. Before this started, it was working, and now it's not working. We didn't know what it is. What's the reason? I suppose after this round, we're going to simply switch back to the Wi-Fi. Let me select more questions. Yeah, because most of the time, we don't really have to talk about a lot of things. The pace is slow. You have to understand that on average, it's move per 3 minutes. And here, Levy most likely is going to play bishop d7. I'm pretty positive. Bishop d7, bishop d7. And, wait, after queen d7, there's some knight e5 issues. Knight e5, queen e6, queen a4. He's trying to figure out what this is. And could it be that he's considering some king f8? Actually, maybe it's not so bad. With the idea to put a king on g7, play queen a5, knight e4, and the bishop on b5 is actually a target. Now that I look at this, maybe this is a thing. King f8, g6, king g7 to make an artificial castle to avoid... Oh my goodness. He plays king e7. Okay. So this is the delayed barn cloud. Unbelievable. I think I told that this is probably not good. Something like 15 minutes ago. But now that I was looking at king f8, king e7 kind of again makes sense for the same reason. You want to play queen a5 and knight e4. But I'm wondering if Levy is not thinking too much about the content. Because I can definitely guarantee you this. These thoughts are in your mind when you're playing over the board games and you're a content creator. They're definitely in your mind. Because I myself a small-time content creator. I know how it works. So you play a beautiful game, and during the game, you start to think, oh, this is going to look really good on my stream. Or this is going to make a very nice YouTube video. So I'm wondering if the choice to play King E7 contributed to the delayed bankload idea. But I mean, the move is good. I like it. I was considering King F8 to play King G7. So what Levy wants, he wants to play Queen A5 and then Rook E8, King F8, card the king. So let me just show you some lines. For example, let's say shoot castle. I was thinking there could be Queen A5. Hit the pawn, hit the bishop. So let's say white plays, wherever white plays, let's say bishop D3. I could play C4, try to close the position, and the least I can do is to play, I'm not sure, Rook E8 or Rook D8 and King F8, hide the king. And then progress with a queenside assault with B5, Bishop E6. The King of F8 is feeling really okay. But there also might be a room to grab the pawn. And then play Bishop E6, Rook D8, and just try to survive whatever is coming at you. So delayed bankload, I like the move. Even though maybe the reasons why Levy played it, they're different. All right. Let me give another attempt to reboot the camera. Again, from my end, all I can do is refresh the window. There's not much I can do about it. No, it's dead. Unfortunately, yeah, okay, I'm gonna keep it like this. Okay, maybe I'm gonna do it differently so that you are not bothered by this ever-loading screen. I'm gonna keep the camera off for the moment. And if I see there's a change, I'm gonna switch it back, okay? Maybe next time I should prepare some kind of a Levy picture so that you're not complaining if you're seeing the black screen. At least you get to see Levy, even though it's even just a picture. All right. Let me select more questions. I also watched yesterday Hikaru's recap about the tournament, and I agree what he said, that the open tournaments in general, they're unpredictable in terms of the GM norm. You don't know if you are going to make it for sure. And that's why so many players who are the so-called title seekers, they're playing in closed round-robin tournaments because they are designed to have the norm. So for example, if Levy is going to play in a GM norm round-robin tournament, the tournament is designed to have the prerequisites so that you can get the norm. So let's say Levy enters the tournament with the current field he knows. If I'm going to score 7 points out of 9, I'm going to get a norm. That's it. It's really simple. So you can even afford to lose to some guy, maybe make a couple of draws. But if you beat everybody else, you're going to get the norm. And that's the biggest advantage. About open tournaments, it's slightly different. Because you don't really need, again, to beat those grandmasters. but you need to perform at 2600. So let's imagine this tournament. Levy starts with 3 points out of 3. Against 2200, 2300, then he makes a couple of draws against grandmasters, let's say 2 or 3 grandmasters, that he keeps beating 2200s and 2300s. Maybe it's still enough to get Norm with the same 7 points out of 9 or 7.5 points out of 9, just because his performance will be really high. But it's a bit random. Oh, and it seems that the broadcast has, not the broadcast, but the video feed has ended. Oh, then there's nothing. Okay, then this means we are never gonna get back for this round, the video. Unfortunately. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, maybe the best I can do so that it's not a blank screen. Just a second, let me the best I can do is maybe select a still screen. How do I do that? All right, maybe do it like this. Just a second. Allow me to. All right. Yeah, it seems the video feed is that there's nothing I can do. At least I'm gonna put the picture, a video still from the video. It's no longer playing black because the video feed I got just ended. So at least we have this. This is at least how Levy looked like during the game. That's his opponent. But unfortunately for this round, the video no longer is gonna play. Sorry about that. All right. So where was I? Yeah, I was saying about these open tournaments that it's quite unpredictable. But one of the most important things, if you're aiming for a GM norm in an open tournament, you need a strong start. Why this is so important? It's much more important than in a closed round robin tournament. Because if you start something like 3 points out of 3 or 4 points out of 4, first 4 victories, then you get really good opponents. So it already feels like a closed round robin tournament. But if, for example, Levy does not win, or even worse, he loses to some lower rated opponent, so he's going to get a bunch of lower rated opponents in the next coming rounds. And it's going to hurt his chances to get this performance rating and also get the strong opponent. That's why he needs the victory here. So Xtrix on Twitch is asking, what is the hardest GM norm to get? I think the open tournament, because there's been a change in the regulations. This was mainly because of Abhimanyu Mishra, who got all of his grandmaster norms in closed round robin tournaments in Hungary. They are specifically designed to give the players better chances to get the GM norm. But some people saw that maybe those tournaments are a bit too easy. I mean, they're been around for forever, those closed round robin tournaments, especially in Budapest. You invite some older grandmasters, maybe the ones who don't really have a lot to fight for. They are not really fighting for the win, and you beat some low-rated opponents. That's it. The GM norm is there. So anyway, after Mishra's performance, and he did become the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess at age 12, 4 months and 25 days, FIDE made a change in the regulations. By the way, Mishra is a brilliant player. It's not his fault. Yeah, he was just using the current regulations as they were. Everybody would. But then FIDE decided, okay, this is a bit too easy. And they changed the regulations. And now the current regulations for the Grandmaster title, they require at least one Grandmaster norm from an open tournament. So you cannot get all the Grandmaster norms. I mean, you can get them, but you're not going to get the title from closed round robin tournaments. You need the open tournament, which I suppose makes sense. And this is one of those tournaments. Yeah, by the way, in the meantime, Anaki is completely shocked about King E7. She still hasn't made a move. I like the choice. Initially, I said this is just ridiculous, but when I realized that King F8 is a move, why not King E7? Queen A5 is a move. Even though Levy might have been doing this for content purposes, but whatever. It's a great move. I like it. Let me see what else you're writing there. Now imagine this. Levy wins this game and gets the GM norm, so he can make a huge video. I got my very first Grandmaster norm by playing the Bankla. Great content. Let me select more questions. More questions. Yeah, there's a question by D. Ferrical on Twitch. If Levy gets all his GM norms before hitting 2500, will he receive the title as soon as he hits the rating threshold? That's correct. So you need to have at least once in your lifetime above 25. If you do that, that's it. You no longer need the rating anymore. I mean, after that, you can even afford to drop down to 2100. You have been over 2500 live. You don't need the rating anymore. That's it. I mean, okay, you do need it for your own prestige. Maybe for some players to get conditions to be invited in some tournaments. So that's why some players really care about their high ratings. Like recently, there was quite a bit of news actually when Lenier Dominguez said that, which tournament was this when he was playing? Was it the World Cup or something? That he decided not to push in a position where he should have pushed to save the tournament just because he was concerned about the rating. And because of the rating, he might not, or he might get invitations to some super tournaments. Which I think is a bit, to be honest, absurd. It shouldn't be like that, but I can understand him. So the high rating, especially at the highest level, it does play a role, but mostly it doesn't matter. I had some discussions with Badur Jababa, a good friend of mine, and we were discussing about rating fluctuations here and there, and I said at some point, listen, Badur, I lost so much rating point recently. And he said, I don't care about it. Yeah, it goes up and down 100 points, who cares? As long as you get the GM title, after that it doesn't matter. Yeah, bishop d3 was played. I suppose this move makes sense because it dodges queen a5. But now I think Levy has some interesting opportunities here. He could play c4. Okay, queen a5 is played. I suppose it's a good move. But I was thinking about c4. c4, b5, bishop b7, rook e8, king f8. Let's say white goes here. Not sure what's the right order. Maybe rook e8, castles, king f8. White could play something like a3. Maybe there's moments when you're not even taking on c3, you're just playing bishop b6, a6, b5, bishop b7. I like this position for black. Looks pretty nice. And white will have to make a break in the center. But okay, I mean, Levy played queen f5, which is a great move, applying some pressure. And it asks white a lot of questions. This is, by the way, what I suggested to Levy before the game, and not only before this game, but before as well. Whenever you play against low-rated opponent, give your opponent the opportunity to make a mistake. Do not play simple positions. And I just like this move. This is exactly the kind of position, exactly the kind of move that asks white a lot of questions. Because how do you defend opponent on c3? Do you play queen d2, jumping under a pin? Do you play queen c2, jumping under c4, bishop f5? Do you play rook c1 and allow queen a2? Do you play shoot castle and sacrifice opponent on c3? It's a great question. I like it. Totally support it. Or maybe that's why the c4 was a bit too early, because this would relieve the tension. And with queen a5, Levy keeps the tension on the board. He might even take on d4. He might play rook d8. He might play bishop g4. He might play bishop c3. He might play knight e4. So the opponent doesn't know what he wants to do. All right, let me see. More questions. Quentin Cornelison is asking on YouTube, what was Levy's performance rating in the previous two tournaments? Actually, it's a great question. I think it was in the I Am Norm tournament in New York, where he was not really fighting for the GM norm, but he was fighting for rating. His performance was just below 2,600. In the Madrid tournament, I think it was 2530, 2540, shy of the GM norm, but definitely very high performance. If you ask me at what level Levy plays right now, it's a tough question because I don't think he has yet played enough tournaments, but I would say Levy plays at least 2470. At least. That's how I feel. 2450, definitely. I'm not sure yet about 2500 in the long run, but at least 2470 he plays. So his rating is much lower than what he's capable of. This I can guarantee you. And he has worked very hard. He feels in a great shape. So he's much more motivated than he was those couple of years ago. Because this is not the very first try when Levy has started his attempt to get the GM norm. You might remember he did this 2 years ago, right? He tried to do it, but he said himself in one of the interviews that his maybe head was not in the right place at the moment. I mean, he kind of was doing it, but he was not quite in it. But now I believe he's 100% motivated, he's concentrated, and I think that he has all the requirements to do it. Because again, if we look at what are the big requirements to get the grandmaster title? Number one, you need to have talent. Levy has it. I mean, he has always been a talented player. Somebody even told me, I haven't really checked it, that there was a moment when he was one of the most talented players in the age group of United States. I think Naroditsky was the first one. He was maybe the second. But anyway, he was a very talented player back then. So he has it. The second one is the motivation and the willingness to work. Levy has it, right? He's very much motivated. He's been working very hard. And although he is 24/7 content creator, no problems there. Number three, age maybe? Levy is not old. Okay, sometimes, he's joking that he's already 28. I got the grandmaster title myself at age 29. There's many players who got the grandmaster titles over age 30. Ben Feingold himself got the grandmaster title at what? 40 something? Maybe even more than that? To be honest, I really don't remember. It was a pretty late age. So all of this has been done before. I don't see any problems. Probably one of the most important requirements to get the title is the financial means. So in order to fight for the GM title, you need to get the coaches, you need to play in tournaments, and this requires finances. Levy has them. There you go. So again, I quite do not see any reason why he would not become a grandmaster. It's just unthinkable for me, right? So he has the talent, he has the means, he has the motivation, he's young. So that's how I know. I know 100% he's going to do it. So in the meantime, Queen E2 and Bishop E6 was played. I like this move because he keeps the tension again on the board. I think the idea is to play something like Rook D8, Rook C8, and King F8. Watch out for the queen, by the way. For example, you need to be a bit careful. There might be some odd moments, let's say castles, Rook C8. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. Something like this, yeah? Make sure you don't blunder the queen. Now this will be really bad because you see the queen on A5 is hit by the queen on D2. And also playing B5 stops black from taking on D5 with the queen. But to be honest, this is such a obvious idea that I'm pretty sure Levy is not going to miss it. Pride and Black on Twitch is asking, did Hikaru change his mind after the Madrid? I suppose. I think so, because all of you have probably seen the interview between, I think it was the lie detector between Hikaru and Daniel Wrench, where Hikaru was asked if Levy's gonna get the GM title, and Hikaru said no. But this was before the Madrid tournament. So I'm pretty sure that right now he is also convinced that Levy can do it. All right. So I suppose White wants to play D-Dex on C5 at some point because here Black is trying to play C4, maybe at the right moment. For example, you play short castle, C4 is a move. For example, C4, Rook D8, Rook C8, King F8, B5, A5, B4, etc. Looks very nice to me. Also, there might be the idea of applying pressure against the pawn on C3, like Rook C1, Rook D8, D takes, and Rook C5, and Knight E4, for example, here, here, here. And maybe the king on E7 is actually not so bad. Looks pretty nice. So Levy's doing everything textbook. He played the perfect opening. He is in the prep. He improvised with the bomb cloud, so he takes the box. Content creation, check. So he's gonna make a very nice video. I think he's already played the game. I'm thinking, I played the bomb cloud in my pursuit of the GM norm. I can already easily imagine this. And he has great time management. 1 hour and 12 minutes. This applies a lot of pressure on the opponent. Anaki is below on the clock for half an hour. She feels tension. This is not a simple position. So Levy looks really good right now. Let me see more insights. And questions. Jakob Port on YouTube is saying if you win against the GM with Bomb Cloud, you should automatically be granted GM. Maybe. I like the idea though. Let me see. Sam B on YouTube is asking, what have you learned about coaching chess from coaching Levy? That's a good question. Obviously, I am just a coach, and I also make mistakes. Sometimes I suggest ideas, and I realize I could have done it differently, just like chess players. And working with Levy has given me thoughts how maybe I would treat different kind of positions, different kind of moments with a different approach, basically. So it's also a very interesting challenge for me. Among my past students, I've had 2 players that got to the grandmaster title, and now they are my colleagues in the Latvian national team, Tom Kantans and Nikita Meshkov. So they are Latvian number 2 and 3 right now. I'm Latvian number 1 player at the moment. So I have some experience in doing this. And working with an IM level player, it can be tricky, especially when you work with, let's say, the 2100s, 2200s. You explain them basic stuff, and then you start to work with a higher rated title player. So you need to find advanced ideas to talk about, those grandmaster level thoughts, and at the same time not make it overly complex, and at the same time not make it too easy. It's very difficult, you know. And that's why a good coach probably should always gather the information. By the way, Showcastle was just played. Doesn't really change much in the position. I think Levy here is going to play something like Rook C8 or Rook D8. Not sure which one. And that's why the good coach should always gather information all the time to explain some concepts. So for example, if I want to explain the concept about side pawn pushes, if I want to explain a concept about anti-Grunfeld, I need to have those examples ready. If I don't, I need to gather the information. So gathering those games, gathering those examples, essentially is a lifetime work for a chess coach. It's not easy. And not every great chess player can be a great chess coach. I suppose this applies for any sports. Like, for example, in football, soccer. As for Americans, some of the best coaches, they're not necessarily they have been greatest football players themselves. It's all about you have a lot of knowledge, but how to transfer this knowledge to your student. It's really challenging. So what I'm hoping that I'm doing it at least decently, that Levy understands what I'm saying. But I think he does. But I'm also making sometimes mistakes, and I realize, yeah, I could have done this differently. I'm also learning as a coach with every student. Seven Diamond says Levy's video seems stuck. Yes, the video is broken. There's nothing I can do about it. So no longer we have the feed. And that's why I just put the picture so that you can see how he looks like. What? All right. I saw earlier the question in the chat. Have I played against Levy ever in a tournament game? We have played on chess.com. Maybe 10 games, maybe less. I don't remember the result. But over the board, we have never played. So it would be really interesting at some point if we would be paired against each other in an over the board classical game or any game. It would be fun. I would love to see that. All right. No more moves. Levy is choosing. Yeah, here it's not so easy to make a choice. I mean, there could be rook c8. It could be rook d8. It could be c4. c4 makes sense, but I think Levy's going to play rook c8. This is the move that makes most sense to me. Immediately create some threats. And he's probably trying to evaluate what happens to you after d takes on c5. Maybe you take the pawn immediately, maybe you don't. Probably something like rook c8, rook c5, rook c1, rook c8, knight e4. Maybe he's about here, but okay, I think it's pretty obvious that he's winning the pawn for some compensation for white because of these beautiful pieces, but a pawn is a pawn, as they say. By the way, let me give a chance to refresh the camera. Maybe for some reason it works. I don't think it works because this relay can't finish. No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, we are on a 10-minute delay. I already said this a couple of times in the beginning. I'm getting these questions from time to time. The video is stuck. I'm aware. I just put the picture for you so that you can see Levy. You can see his opponent, Anarchy, the number 2 Ecuadorian player in the national team. Probably Anarchy. He is going to play in the upcoming World Chess Olympiad next month in Budapest. I'm going to be playing in Olympiad, by the way. That's my next tournament. All right. Let's select more questions. Do I think Levy has become a better player while streaming? Titanic is asking on YouTube. Actually, yeah, I think so. Because it's an interesting thing, because the most famous example is Hikaru Nakamura, obviously. So he had a downswing, so to speak. I mean, Hikaru was 2800, then he dropped like 80 points, 2720, etc. He started the stream. And one thing Hikaru proved, when you are streaming, your performance is not getting worse. Even though you spend a lot of time streaming and content creating. And maybe the reason is that you are still in chess. You are working on chess. For example, for Levy. So he's streaming, he's creating content, he's creating a lot of recaps, not only for his games, he really likes the games of Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, etc. So he does the recaps of those games, but he also learns as a player. So when you do a recap of one of the greatest players in the world, obviously you learn something from those games. So it's not like he is not an active player. Maybe he's not an active player as physically playing himself, but he's always in chess. So that's why Levy is always in a great shape, and he regularly plays in online tournaments. He's a regular guest of the Title Tuesdays. He plays a lot of blitz games. He's a brilliant bullet player. So he's sharp. Yeah, right now, Levy has yet to make a move. This is a pretty slower pace right now. Let me see what else you're writing there. I very often get the question, if I start to play chess late, can I become a grandmaster? I think the latest example of somebody starting to play chess late and then actually make it to the grandmaster title, I think it's age 16. I think so. I don't remember who it was. Starting to play chess at age 16, then get a grandmaster title. So answering the question, let's say if you are an adult, you're 30 years old, can you start to play chess from scratch and become a grandmaster? I would probably respond, it's theoretically possible, but it's quite unlikely because this has never been done before. I mean, not at least to my knowledge. And mainly, I do think the main reason is that when we are younger, we process, obviously, information much faster. We learn things faster. For example, that's what, for children, if you want to teach a language, you should do it at a very early age because they pick up information very quickly because the mind is not full with all kinds of things that us adults we usually have. But you can do it at a later stage, but it's going to be really challenging because the older you get, the more you know, which not always is a good thing. And obviously there's a lot of real-time commitments like family, kids, work. You're not getting younger. The brain at some point just starts to work slower. And that's why it's just difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just more difficult. But again, Levy is still very young. And he started to play chess at a pretty early age. He got his IM title when he was 20 something, 21 maybe. I don't remember. And I usually believe that this final step from the IM to GM is not really that big. So you're starting just out. You want to get a grandmaster? Well, it's going to be really tough. But if you are an IM, this means a really, really good player, like 0.01% of the very top in the world. This difference is not so big. So Levy he still has to make a move. Mr. Bunny99 on Twitch is asking, do I ever consider positions? I did not tell Levy because it might be too complicated. No, actually, I think that the more complicated, the better. And this is something actually that Levy asked me himself. He said, listen, I actually wouldn't mind doing a lot of unusual, non-standard positions that don't necessarily derive from my openings. Because every single position that he solves, it expands his knowledge about something. The problem is there's so many of those positions, like millions and millions. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to focus on the most popular ones, like the pawn structures, etc., on the positions of his openings. But chess is a very tough thing to master. So far, Levy has spent quite a bit of time. I imagine he believes that this is a critical moment. He needs to make a choice. I got this question already a couple of times. If I would have to describe Levy's playing style, it's a good question. I think that Levy is a very creative player. He's a dynamic player. He likes to play interesting, alive chess. And one of the things I've been advocating him to do is that not always when you're going to play against grandmasters, when you're going to play against very good players, you're going to get those exciting games. You need to also learn to play the boring chess. And probably the best example when it comes to the history is Michal Tal. I mean, Michal Tal, former world champion, the magician from Riga, one of the absolutely most favorite world champions of all times. So he's from Riga, I'm from Riga. Unfortunately, he passed away something like 30 years ago. I never had the chance to meet him in person. And Michal Tal was a brilliant attacking player. I mean, he beat Michal Botvinnik in 1960. I know I sound like Yasser right now, but I can't help not to mention this. He beat Michal Botvinnik in 1960 with a hooligan approach, basically. Yeah, so he was sometimes defying some rules of chess, positional rules, and he was just playing brutal chess. But Botvinnik was not ready for that kind of approach. And Michal Tal surprised his more experienced opponent, and he won the match and became the world champion. And then in the rematch, Botvinnik had made the lessons, and also Tal was plagued by some of the health issues. I believe he had some kidney problems. And Botvinnik won the rematch. So after that, something like 10, 15 years later, Tal was offered to work together with Anatoly Karpov, one of the greatest positional players. And obviously he became a world champion after that. So Michal Tal, only years later, after he was a tactical genius, he picked up a very fine positional playing style. He was not playing like that before. He was always exploding, always finding unbalanced, etc. But at a later age, he learned how to play very fine positional chess when things are not really exploding. And this is where I felt that I could help a bit to lay. That not always is going to be very exciting. By the way, rook c8 was played, just as I suspected. Apply the pressure against opponent c3. And also Levy said himself a couple of times that he has calmed down a bit. And he is no longer complicating the positions more than they should be complicated. So that's part of my influence, I suppose. But I do believe in general that we have different playing styles. I mean, a lot of players, there's two kinds of categories. There's the sharp positional player, there's the sharp players, and there's the positional players. But nowadays, you need to be really versatile. You need to play both styles to succeed. So rook c8, he threatens to win the pawn on c3. Also, he doesn't really rule out c4. Maybe Levy waits for Anaki to play something like rook c1 so that he can play c4. And the bishop goes, let's say, here, so that he can play rook d8. Oh, wait, there's already knight e4 here, I believe. Here the queen, queen c2, maybe takes. This looks really nice. Like rook d8, king f8, bishop f5, the king d7, e7. So for Anaki, she has to make a big choice. D takes on c5 or play rook c1. Rook a c1. Sometimes the pawn on a2 is under attack, so she needs to watch out for this. Also, there's the idea to play knight e4. Knight e4, takes. Where do you go with the knight? If you play knight g5, are you not blundering the knight on g5 with the queen on a5? Okay, you're not, because there's e takes on d5, but again, you have to calculate these things precisely. Rook fc1 was just played. Now, I don't know. c4 looks really good. I think Levy should play c4 here. Maybe there's also rook d8, keep the tension. Knight e4 is also a move. Knight e4 takes. Knight g5. Takes. The queen is hitting the knight, but it's protected. Okay, this doesn't look so clear. So maybe not knight e4. And what if I play rook d8 with the same idea, to play knight e4? So white could take it. And play some sort of knight e4, rook c8. Oh wait, I'm blundering the 4. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that c4 looks very logical, because here the rook at a1 is a bit trapped. Black wants to play b5, b4, maybe take on c3, play knight e4. Let's say white is afraid of the knight e4 and plays bishop c2. There could be a move like rook d8, a3. This looks pretty okay, but bishop d6, I think that Levy has nothing to be concerned about, although the engine says I'm missing something. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe e4. No, e4 makes no sense. Maybe there's knight e5, king f8, and f4. Queen f2, queen h4. Yeah, by the way, this bishop on e6 is not great. So that's why here, if he plays c4, bishop c2, rook d8, he needs to understand how to validate this position after a3. Takes. Maybe knight e4. Takes. There's no knight e5, queen e5. You see the queen on d2 is unprotected. knight e1, and some sort of a queen g5, h5, h4. I'm not sure if I could evaluate this properly. And that's why I imagine here Levy is going to spend some time. This is a big choice. Pilot QC is asking on Twitch, what are the strengths and weaknesses of Levy that I realized, and what was my approach? I mean, this is basically what we discussed in the very first training session, which I believe was the episode number 3 that he published in his Road to GM series. That's the very first time we met in a lesson. And I said that he's complicating things too much. This is one thing. And the second problem is that he's missing moves from the opponent. And by the way, this happened yesterday as well. That he is not 100% always there. That he keeps missing the moves. And this is not only his problem, it's a problem for many players. In chess, you need to think about your opponent sometimes even more than about your own moves. Levy also needs to work quite a bit on calculation. This is something we are going to work on. We haven't yet done it. Maybe we are going to practice blindfold chess. We'll do a lot of calculation examples. So this is something still to be done. Calculation probably is also not Levy's strongest part. And when it comes to psychology, I really believe that Levy has made a huge progress. I mean, he's like a completely different person. Levy 2.0. And this is something we discussed yesterday. That I'm not sure this is even something to do with me. It's just Levy has gained the confidence. And in chess, the confidence is everything. Because in the past years, he was, not really psychologically there. He was having too much respect for grandmasters. He would just come up with some craziness. And now I believe he genuinely believes that he can beat them. Listen, guys, I already said it like 15 times, so I can say it for another time. The camera is frozen. This is a still image for this round. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't have the feed. It's broken. For the next round, we're going to fix it. I just left a picture of Levy and Anaki on the screen so that you at least can feel what it feels like in the game. Otherwise, it's just a blank spot. It's either this or nothing. There's nothing I can do. By the way, I really like this advice that Hikaru gave to Levy, that he can use his influence to apply pressure to the opponents. Because imagine this, you're playing against Levy Rosman, Golem chess. And and the opponent knows, all of the opponents know, they know Levy, that at least 10,000, maybe even 15,000 at times. During Madrid, we had 22,000. I think this was all-time record. 15,000 people are watching you play the chess game. Now, what does it do to you? Okay, Levy is used to this because he's been doing coverages for millions of people. He's used to this. But what about the opponents? They're not used to this kind of attention. And that's why I really like this advised by Hikaru. He said, use this to your advantage because your opponents will be feeling a lot of pressure. Levy's thinking, not easy to make a choice here. I think he has to make a big choice. Okay, c4 is on the board. I like this move. I believe it should be played. But there's, of course, a downside that he relieves. I mean, he removes some tension from the center. But I like it. Because if here, Anaki can play rook c1, which feels exactly the same, maybe now c4 is not so great. Because white is going to play bishop e1, and you see this rook at a1 is no longer there. White can play knight e5, f4, queen f2, queen g3, and start a kingside attack. So I think this choice of playing rook fc1 contributed Levy to play c4, because now if white plays bishop e1, it just makes no sense. What is the rook at a1 doing? So for white to start a kingside attack, white would want to have the rook on f1, not on a1. And it's also one of my favorite approaches. Whenever I'm playing over the board game myself, I try to find something in my opponent's plan and respond in a way that basically delivers the message, this is possible because of you. So again, chess is a big psychological game. And I think Levy could be doing something very similar. So he plays c4 and he relays the message to Anaki. This is possible because of you. So I'm playing c4 only because you play rook fc1. And sometimes this creates a lot of uncertainty in your opponent, because your opponent starts to question himself. Okay, I played rook fc1. Why did I play rook fc1? Because now after c4, the rook at a1 is really bad. So it's part of the psychological games. Let me, by the way, get in touch. Forgot this. Just a moment. All right, let me select more questions. What are you writing there? It's still very difficult to say how to evaluate this position. The position is very complex. Exactly the kind of thing that Levy was looking for. I like c4. Engine says this is a minor inaccuracy, but we are going to see. Bishop c2, by the way, is played by Anaki. Aladdin Sane on Twitch says, imagine Levy playing the Latvian Gambit in this tournament. I hope it never happens. Because the Latvian Gambit is something I despise myself. So, those of you who know what is the Latvian Gambit, it's a pretty bad defense. And I played in my career maybe twice. So I don't really enjoy it. And I think that Latvian chess could have used a better defense, to be honest. And I've been trying to promote one particular line. In Anti-Sicilians, I tried to push for the title, the Baltic variation. Maybe we are going to get the chance to talk about it in one of the coming rounds, because this is also something I suggested to Levy to consider. to play, and it has no official title. By the way, I have a question to you, the viewers. I still see on YouTube about 80% of the comments about the camera not working. I can remove the image if you want. I just felt it's better to see Levy on screen. This is a still image, but I can remove it if you want. At least it gives the feeling that Levy's present in this game, don't you think? Also, give you an update about the future broadcasts. Levy plans to play in the next tournament end of August. Of course, I mean, this one just finished, but end of August, he's going to be playing in another tournament, and I will be doing the coverage as well. That's the plan. I was originally, we were discussing about doing the commentary from the previous tournament, but he was playing in New York, but I had other commitments. I couldn't do it. During Madrid, we had no commentary, but I can definitely tell you that Levy was impressed by the huge numbers of the people who are following him live. I believe at one moment on Twitch, the numbers hit 22,000 viewers at the same time, which is just insane. You know, there's no commentary, just a still image with no audio, and yet 22,000 people are watching. So that was quite something. So I suppose with the commentary, we are going to break those numbers. I, by the way, see there's a mention in the chat what happened to Hikaru yesterday was brutal. How did they finish, actually? I didn't even check. So yesterday, Hikaru was playing against Nepo. Was it? Speeches Championship, but you have to forgive me. I haven't really followed it. How did it finish? Because I watched the very beginning of the match when Hikaru was trailing 1 point against 2. That's it. Yeah, now Levy is choosing what to do. 94 is definitely a move. So once again, 94, bishop e4, d takes on e4, there's no knight g5, the queen on a5 is defending this, maybe knight e5, and by the way, in some lines this knight might be trapped. You see, it has nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's a trapped knight. So knight e4 makes a lot of sense. Takes. Knight cannot go here. So most likely it's only knight e1. And so what he's trying to do, he's trying to understand, what is this? What is this position? It's difficult to tell. Maybe f5, protect the pawn, knight c2, and play some sort of, I'm not sure. I mean, the point is, if I go here, there's the knight e4 move, so you need to calculate this very precisely. If you take it, the queen is under attack. If you take on d2, the knight takes the queen. But again, there might be some complications. Not sure. I was thinking some bishop h2, king h2, queen c2, queen c7 check. Okay, there's knight g3. Quite doesn't work. Yeah, but what is here? I'm actually a bit surprised the bar says this is okay. Oh, wait, maybe you can sack the pawn. Takes. And play c3. Wow. Wow. Now that's a very difficult line. So how did we get here? Knight e4. I mean, white has to take. Otherwise, you drop the pawn for no good reason, like queen e1. Arrivederci. It's just bad. Okay, technically here after knight c3, there's a3. But it just makes no sense, to be honest. I mean, no player plays like this with white. I just can't imagine. I mean, you could even play bishop c3 and queen c3, collect the pawn. It just makes no sense. So after knight e4, bishop e4 is going to happen, totally. A d takes on e4, knight e1 is going to happen, totally. So let's say Levy plays f5, just to protect the pawn. White plays knight c2. Levy plays bishop d6. And this sequence, voluntarily give up the pawn, just to open up the position, and have two bishops in an open position, this is a difficult line. Because it's very easy to draw the line and say, I cannot do this, I'm losing the pawn. And playing queen d2 is against the gut logic. You're down a pawn. Why would you want to trade queens? But the point is, here the extra pawn doesn't matter, because those bishops are very strong, and the pawn on a2 is a weakness. And the knight's here not doing anything. The king is much closer to the action than the white king. So this looks pretty okay. Knight e4, d takes, knight e1, and okay, maybe it's not f5. It could be a different move. But I mean, f5 does make sense. Maybe white could strike back with f3. The point is, if you take it, the knight f3 and the king on e7 starts to feel some heat. But is he feeling heat? I'm not sure. Yeah, engine says white's in trouble. Black's in trouble. So I think he is here. Takes here. He's trying to figure out what's the next move. And if I go here, just to make an escape route for the king, a3, can I sacrifice the pawn again? Now this no longer works, because the knight is not on c2. I mean, he could just take on c3 and play queen g5, maybe. Actually, this position looks very promising. So there could be ideas like h5, h4, bishop d5, rook d6, rook g6, rook h6. I like it. I think he's going to do this. Knight e4. Or maybe he's going to toy with the order the most, like rook d8 first, a3, take it, maybe take it, knight e4, d takes on e4, knight e1, and he's about here, somewhere here. And he's trying to understand what's the difference. And this is the IMGM level. Because you're not only looking for just one move, you're looking for a sequence of moves. And if you want to be a grandmaster, you want to have one scenario on one hand, you want to have another scenario on another hand, maybe a couple of scenarios, and now that comes the heavy lifting, you want to compare together. Which of the liberations is better? This is very difficult. I imagine he's doing this right now. He's not only thinking about one move, he's thinking about sequence of moves. He's thinking about knight e4, he's thinking about rook d8, take on c3, after knight e4. And he's weighing these two continuations, most likely at the moment, and trying to understand which he likes better. What do you like better? Let me check more questions. V2 Kaboom on YouTube is asking, does Levy perform good in complicated situations? Describe a complicated situation. Time scramble? In general, yes. Levy used to panic at time scrambles. He's doing much better now. I think that throughout the road to the GM title, there will definitely be hard lessons. There will be heartbreaks. There will be time scrambles. There will be missed moments. There will be tears. At some point, this is the road. There's just no other way around it. No player in the world has got to the grandmaster title without major setbacks. And that's what I would like to, again, pinpoint to you, is that so far for Levy, everything is working really good. He got a great tournament in Madrid. Okay, there was a heartbreak in round 7 when he missed a golden chance to get the GM norm. But he recovered. The New York tournament, he had a rough start, but he managed to survive. So he's got a successful start. But again, be ready. There might be moments when things are not going to go his way. And Levy knows this. We talked about this. So he's ready. He's ready not to despair if something bad happens. Let me check if I have an update on the video. Probably no update. Yeah. No update. Mithril Dagger says it's 4 a.m. in the USA. So listen, I would like to give a huge shout out to all of you, the viewers from all over the world who are watching Levy's classical game, even at the deep midnight. You have my greatest respect. Because here in Europe, it's morning, it's pleasant, noon. Here in Latvia, it's 12. Is it AM or PM? It's noon, it's the mid of the day. I always mix up 12. What happens? Is it AM or PM? In Italy, it's 11 a.m. in the morning. And by this time, Levy should have woken up. Whoa! H6? What is H6? Now that is such a weird move. Wait, I quite do not understand this move because I thought it's all about 94. Wait, maybe he has a different idea in his mind. What is he afraid of 9g5 or what's the idea? So if I go 95, f4, queen f2, queen g3. That is such a strange move. I quite don't get it. So what does he want? Maybe kill the knight and play something like 9g4? Is this what he wants? Now it feels weird. The king is too exposed. Ah, wait, there's knight e5, queen d5, and queen b4. You could do that. Does he want to play g5? I don't like this. g5, f4. The king is always going to be in danger. Like takes and takes and rook g8 and f5. No. This king is in danger. This is where the bomb cloud is going to backfire. Wait, I'm confused. h6. So why plays 95? Just a second. I try to understand what he wants. Okay, maybe he wants to play rook d8. Why plays f4? Because why I'm saying why plays f4? Because I know the pawn structure. This is the typical idea for white. Queen f2, queen g3, or queen h4 start the kings to the attack. The knight on e5 is like an anchor for white. It's very difficult to get rid of this. That's why I don't like this h6. I mean, you can never play f6 now because the knight always goes to g6. Okay, maybe he is still happy about this. Let's say a3. Now knight e4? You want to occupy the e4 square, but why do you need h6? It's a mystery. So I can only assume there was something that he didn't like about knight g5. Like here, he didn't like knight g5. Which I don't think is a threat. Is it a threat? Like knight e6? Is this something that white is threatening? I mean, he could even play bishop g4 and then play h6. But even this position, let's say king f8, knight e6. I mean, why this should be bad? King g8. Black is feeling okay. Maybe there's bishop d6 even. a6, b5, rook b8. King g8. Okay. I'm afraid this is one of those moments, and I talked with Levy about this. The longer you think, the quality of your thought process decreases. So this is what happened in his round 7 game in Madrid. He had a great position. He started to think for like 15, 20, 25 minutes. And somebody even said this to me. I had never paid attention. The longer you think, the quality of your thought process decreases. Because you very often come up with your decision pretty quickly. And then you need to calculate some things. But if you're calculating for a long time, like 20 minutes, etc., you're just doubting a lot. And you're no longer as concentrated as you were before. So why I'm saying this, because these last couple of moves, I think Levy here had an hour on the clock, maybe an hour and 5. A couple of moves later, he is down to 35 minutes, and the position is more or less the same. So he has spent like half an hour on a rather simple position. I mean, his position is probably still okay, just I do not understand this h6 move at all. Okay, I suppose now play bishop d6, preserve the bishop, and then try to somehow normalize the position. But it's getting really risky here. Knight e5, f4. This king doesn't feel so well. Like rook e8 and queen g3. Maybe it's still okay. And now b5, rook b8, a5, b4, it's a bit slow, and the white is a bit faster with the kingside attack. All right, we are going to see the first test for Levy in the tournament. All right, let me do it like this. Just a second. All right. All right. I hope that there's going to be no more questions about it, but because I've been reading those questions for the last hour or so. The game is frozen. It's not going to come back for this round. Let's see what else you're writing there. Rekos on YouTube is asking, what's my go-to breakfast? Actually, today, I had almost no breakfast. Because the entire morning, I was getting ready for the stream. I had to help Levy with the prep. Okay, it was not really deep. And Levy also prepped something yesterday midnight. So we just double-checked some of the things in the morning. And then we are trying to schedule an event on YouTube. We were not really sure how it's going to look like. So I spent basically the entire morning trying to do it. And yeah, basically started the stream without any breakfast. So, but normally I'm quite big on breakfast, especially when I'm traveling. I have to ask, by the way, to Levy, how is he doing himself? Is he a breakfast guy? Because there are definitely players who are avoiding breakfast. For me, it's sacred. Oh, wow. Yeah, I get a lot of clock situations, not clock, but what's the time in all over the world. I see the people are watching. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. For somebody, it's 4 a.m. It's unbelievable. Thank you for being officially amazing. 6 a.m. Yeah. It's tough. Yeah, I'm wondering what Levy is choosing now. Bishop c3 or bishop d6. If he's going to take on c3, b takes on c3, 95 is incoming. Maybe play 97. It just looks awkward. I don't like this. To stop 95, because how do you stop 95 on a 4? That's what I tried to figure out. Maybe still play 94. And then play rook d8. Okay, I mean, maybe there's a very deep idea behind h6. Let me explain you the concept. I still don't get it, but let me try to explain it. So, it's possible that Levy was looking at this position after knight e4, d takes on e4, and he realized after knight e5 f6 he's going to trap the knight, so white is not going to do it. But after knight e1 he was not sure how to continue. So that's why he included the random move h6, with the idea that maybe in some future scenarios, after knight e4, bishop e4, d takes on e4, white might be tempted to go knight e5, because after f6 there's a fork on g6, but if black solves the problem of the g6 square, then he traps the knight. If you ask me, this makes no sense. I just tried to figure out what was the idea of h6. There was a question in the chat. Does Levy not realize that in some lines the queen on a5 defends the g5 square? I think he realizes, but there's a different reason of this h6. I think the reason was that knight g5 was something that he did not like. Also, yeah, there goes bishop c3. Also, there might be one of the reasons why Levy is burning a lot of time, because he might be still suffering because of the jet lag. And I was a bit surprised that he arrived in Italy only a day before the tournament. There's definitely a reason, but when I've been in United States 2 times. Last year I was also in Canada, so I know what it is to cross so many time zones. And every single time I would arrive to the tournament several days before. Why is this? Because you need to adjust to the new time zone. It's very tough. So whatever was the reason, probably he just couldn't do it. He arrived like only a day before. So for him, the first 2 days, they're going to be the toughest. And maybe right now, this is also affecting Levy's thought process. So yesterday, he was feeling pretty bad. He had basically no sleep. I didn't ask him how he's feeling today. Maybe still not enough sleep. By the way, bishop c3 and b takes on c3 was played. I think for white, it makes sense to keep the queens on the board because the black king is a bit exposed. So queen c3 would be not logical because black would just trade the queens, and now you see the king is actually exactly where it wants to be. So there's no need for black to play rook d8, king f8, king g8, because we are approaching an endgame, and a king in an endgame is a piece. And white is essentially going to do the same. So that's why here for Anaki, b takes on c3 is a perfectly logical move, because if the position opens up, queens are on the board, then the black king is a bit in trouble. All right. Let me see what else I have missed. So, knight e4, I suppose, has to be the move. B Breakthrough says, come back in 2 years. That's how long coach thinks it could take. You're talking about Levy get the gym title, but why? I respectfully disagree. I think it's all about the process. So this is a very exciting time, not only for Levy, for all of you, because Levy is an inspiration for many. So the question is, can he get a grandmaster title? Everybody wants to figure it out. And as soon as he's going to get the GM title, he is going to get it, then I suppose the interest obviously is going to die down a bit. Of course, there's going to be a big culmination, the GM title, everybody's going to be very happy, etc. Of course, Levy himself. But that's it. It's going to be mission accomplished. So that's what I think the fun part, the best part, is this process. How do you get there? Those steps. So you're living the perfect time right now to follow this. Rook d8 was played by Levy. I think he needs to speed up a bit. Yeah, now engine gives some advantage to white. Maybe the problem is that, okay, maybe not knight e5. How about knight e2, f3, e4? How do you even do it? So white has two ideas. Oh, by the way, play knight e5, f3, e4. Here, and f3. To take the center with e4. So black is a bit slow with a queenside assault. The knight on e5 is annoying. You don't want to keep it there for too long. f6 is knight g6 always. So I suppose at some point you need to kill it. I'll play knight e7. f4 most likely anyway. After knight e5, white could even play d takes on e5. Put the queen on d4, f5. The bishop on e6 is pretty bad. All right. So, Rook h8 is played. Now here, Anaki is choosing her continuation. A4 makes sense. Rook b1 makes sense. I like white's position more. Yeah, I think this is the consequence of h6. This slow move. And also the problem right now is that Levy realizes that, yeah, he made a mistake. He shouldn't have played h6. But what's done is done. And you know, the hardest thing in chess is when you just made a mistake. And you know it. You know you made a mistake. You don't need anybody to come by you and say you made a mistake. You know it. You feel it. There's something wrong about your position. And the hardest part is to accept it and move on. And I have talked with Levy about this so many times. So he's perfectly aware of this. And I'm hoping that this is the moment when his training is going to kick in. Okay, it's easier said than done. But the point is, when you feel you have made a mistake, and I think that Levy has made a small mistake by the stage 6, which just made, unfortunately, no sense. Now he realizes maybe something is quite not right about the position. How do you continue? And the first thing we talk about in our training sessions, you need to calm down. Reset the mind, take a break, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. Reset the mind. This is a brand new, fresh position. The game starts from scratch right now. It doesn't matter what happened before. And it's very difficult because, again, imagine this. I would maybe show this position to Levy and say, at the very beginning, this is the position you start to play with. They're like, okay, oh, looks cool. Yeah, I have some chances to the queens, etc. Or you show the same position and you tell him, 3 moves ago, you had a very, very nice position. And now you have this. And then it's much tougher. When you know how great it was before. Not everybody can do it. And that's why there's this rule, not a rule like an observation, that mistakes come in pairs. You make the first mistake, you aren't happy, that you're underperforming, that you allow your opponent to do something that you did not intend, and then you commit the second mistake. And Levy knows this. He's perfectly aware of this. But that's why those tournament situations are really tough, because it's easy to say, it's not so easy to do. We'll see. It's also a challenge for him, a learning process. Every single game that he's playing, it's not only about the GM title, not only about the rating, he's also learning as a player. Because this is only his third tournament after he has returned back to competitive chess. Game number 20. All right. Let me select something. What are the funny questions? I mean, I tried to select some funny questions, but there's none. There's very serious questions like, is Levy going to get the GM title? What's the greatest trait in Levy? What's Levy's next tournament? What do you talk about in coaching sessions? There's questions like, what Levy have for breakfast? Actually, I don't know. Just to tell you, I do not know. Let me see. Great question. Arthur, do you know the cabin is frozen? Yeah. I kind of figured it out. Levy doesn't know the camera is frozen, by the way. But before the game, he said, if it happens, it happens. I mean, he took a new operator. He said, if it happens, it happens. There's nothing you can do about it, yeah? So don't worry about it. We're going to fix it next round. Let me see. Yeah, h6 was a bad move. I agree. I completely agree. It just made no sense. But again, there was a good reason why he did it. At least Levy thought so. Lots of love to Levy from India, Yash says. Thank you. I'm going to relay to him. I think it's also much more than Levy just getting the GM title, don't you think? Because Levy, for many, is an inspiration to be better. Maybe not only in chess, like accomplish some lifetime goals. And getting the GM title is very, very important to him. So he inspires people. Rook C7 was just played. I don't like it. But okay. And that's why I think it's a great thing what he's doing. And maybe also somebody else who's watching this is gonna decide that, okay, Levy can do it. Levy can accomplish his dreams. Why not me? Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's much more than Levy just getting the GM title. It's all about inspirations. Showing people that if you work very hard on your dreams, you can accomplish them. Rook c7, I think what Levy wants, he wants to play... Actually, I'm not sure what he wants. Maybe he wants to play bishop c8. Like, it's one of those... Yeah, rook b1, rook c7. Okay, I'm sorry. I just missed rook b1. Rook b1, rook c7. He just protected the pawn on b7. Maybe... His ultimate idea should be playing b5, a4, b4. And now he is not rushing with knight e5. Is there something I'm not aware of why knight e5 is not a very obvious move? Because this is how I believe chess should be played. I mean, there's a central square. It's uncontested. You take it. It's really that simple. So I'm a bit surprised that Anaki is not even considering to play knight e5, or maybe she is and she doesn't like it. It's uncontested e5 square. I suppose she doesn't like the sequence of knight e4 takes, and she thinks that the knight is under attack. But again, remove the queen. Like, queen b2 something, maybe queen e1, queen g3. There's no f6. Or maybe she does like this position, f6, knight g6, king f7, knight f4, bishop c8, g5. I don't know. Now we are approaching the critical phase of the game, so the engine slightly prefers white. Actually, quite a bit prefers white. But I think this has to do something with knight e5, and Anaki is not quite ready to do it. And I think it's also a bit strange. She would put the rook on b1, rook at a1, and then play suddenly at the king side. So this probably gives us a clue that she's not going to play knight e5 because of knight e4. So most likely white wants to play a4, rook b5, and somehow expand on the queen side. So what Levy maybe wants to do is put a queen on d6, the queen on a5 maybe is not doing anything, or still pursue knight e4. By the way, for example, if I play a4, can I play knight e4 again? Takes, there's no knight e5. If you go here, queen g5, queen has done enough here, bishop b5, h5, rook d6, rook g6. Looks reasonable to me. Is the valuation of +1 fair in human terms? Here, I don't think it feels like +1. I think that Levy knows that he's slightly worse. He knows this. But to say it's +1 for white, I think it's a bit too much. I disagree. I don't think it's like +1. Just better for white. I wouldn't say this is a large advantage to white. There is something that Levy could do, especially when it comes to the time scramble. And this is something that also you, the viewers, you can benefit. When you are approaching a time scramble, try to have an attacking position. So that's why I'm suggesting this knight e4. For example, let's say white plays a4. Okay, knight e5 now is played. I'm suggesting this knight e5, knight e4. Takes. And you want to get the queen on g5, h5, h4, bishop d5, rook d6, rook g6, etc. Why is this? Because the practice proves it's much easier to attack than to defend. Whenever you have a choice, go left or right, go attack or go defend. Always go attack. Always go attack. That's why I'm hoping that Levy is going to find a time to get an attacking position before the time scramble. King of8 responded very quickly. I suppose he needs to secure the king. The Banclot experiment for the moment has failed a bit. Yeah, and f3, that's a great move. I like it for white. She's hinting at e4. But again, e4 is not yet a problem. Let me just show you online. Let's say you play king g8, e4. This is a mistake. There's queen e5. You see? That's a pin. So for white to accomplish this e4, she's going to have to do a bit more, like king g8, secure the queen, maybe queen e1, queen g3, e4, and Levy could play maybe rook e7, e4, and even this position is not yet guaranteed to be success to white. For example, Levy could play something like d takes, f takes, and organize some counterplay against the center. Maybe something like queen c7, knight f3, bishop d5. Something like this. You see, and suddenly white has the center, but it's blocked. Knight e7, knight f8, knight g6, f6, and the center starts to fall apart. Not yet so clear. This is the live position, by the way. Somebody was asking to include the live moves. This is the current position. Every single time I'm shuffling the pieces here and there, I very quickly go back to the live position. Gimmick NL on Twitch is asking, what is my personal favorite tournament to play? I'm not sure I have it. I don't really play a lot of tournaments lately. I've been focusing a lot on coaching and commentary and content creating, Chessable courses. But the one that would stand out from the past experiences, I would say it's not a tournament, it's a league. I play in several international chess leagues. Swedish Chess League. It's my favorite. Absolute favorite. Great conditions, great team, beautiful venues, fantastic team members. Swedish League all the way. About the tournament, I'm not really sure, but probably I think also Levy can relate to this. You have to have great conditions. Nice, spacious playing venue with beautiful art on the walls, great breakfast at the hotel, nice fancy room, easy way to travel, you're feeling refreshed, and that's when you play your best chess. If you're playing somewhere in a basement, you had terrible travel, you're staying in a one-star hotel, it affects your playing. I can guarantee you. Let me see, more questions. Do I think Levy's gonna win this one? A bit early to tell. It's a tough game, and this is normal. I think that Levy is getting ready. That this game could be one of the toughest. I mean, do you remember how he was playing in New York, the previous tournament, where Levy farmed a lot of rating points? He got tough games at the very beginning. First three games, they were the worst. He was maybe losing, if not all of them, that he was in trouble at some point. There's a question, who is my favorite chess YouTuber? That's not a very fair question. Can I even answer anything else but Levy? I've been asked sometimes who is my favorite commentator. I'm probably gonna side with most people. Daniel Nordisky. I think he's the greatest. There's a lot of great commentators, by the way. Compared to what we had in terms of the coverage 10 years ago, what we have right now, just completely different era. Yeah, a lot of great commentators like Daniel Nordisky, Robert Hess, obviously, David Howell. I'm a huge fan of Petr Leko. His insights just insane. Wow, you know. And some others as well. Also, Aman Hambleton from Chess Bros. When I first saw him doing the commentary, I was just amazed. The guy's a natural, you know. So there's a huge competition of high class commentators. Of course, Yasser with his stories. So, great thing. Yeah, now. Yeah, it's a bit difficult for Levy here. Maybe play rook e7 and see what happens. He's under pressure. By the way, there also might be an idea g4, h4, g5, queen g2. But again, with the rooks on b1 on h1, a b1 on a1, my apologies, I'm not sure that this attack is even real. But it could be a thing. Will I be there for the tournament in Paris for September? You mean the Speeches Championship in Paris? No. Actually, chess.com invited me to go there as a streamer. You know, the hype up, I went a bit, stream my own games, etc. I just said no. I said the only way I'm going to go there is I'm doing the commentary. And actually, it's also shortly before the World Chess Olympiad, so probably it's the best way for me to not to do it. Let's see. Levy's thinking, I don't like that time management here in this game, but it's the morning round. You have to understand him. Yeah, as Muito Bem, whatever the long username on YouTube says, the video that Levy will post when he actually achieves the GM title will be a great source of inspiration for everyone. I mean, not just one video, the entire thing, the entire playlist. Probably it's going to be episode number 300 something. I mean, he's going to get there, but he's going to get there. And this process is the best part. By the way, something I said to Levy before the game is that he has to be ready. This is going to be a longer game. So I was suggesting that Anaki might get in a time scramble. And I do think that if we compare, I obviously don't know how Anaki performs in time scrambles, but I know that Levy is very good playing speed chess. Knight e7 is played. I like this move. It's a good move. He finally realizes the knight on e5 cannot be tolerated, and now this is a big moment for white. Does she play f4 or not? I do not know, because if she plays f4, I think Levy is going to go back and exploit these classical weaknesses. This is a nice move. I like it. And if white is going to take on d7, well, then e4 kind of loses the strength. Maybe it's still okay. Like rook d7, e4. Oh, wait, I'm blundering something. Rook d4. You see, the queen on d2 is under attack, and this is just bad. 2 rooks for the queen. Here, no match. And black has a couple of extra pawns on top of that. So knight e7, rook d7. Okay, e4 is not going to happen immediately. Something like queen e1 maybe to play e4. Yeah, the problem is the plan for black. Maybe rook e7, try to apply pressure. Like here, e4. Could be bishop f5 somewhere. You could have played e5, hit the bishop on c2, threaten to go here. He needs a counterplay. Knight e7 is a good move. Knight e7, bishop d7. So he wants to play bishop a4. And what about e4 now? Takes, takes. And bishop a4. This is what he wants. Takes, takes. He's slightly worse. So maybe white has to stop the trade with a4. Rook e8 perhaps. Yeah. This is not the best game by Levy. I can tell you that. It started very promising. Again, go back to the critical moment. This is the moment. I think he got to play knight e4. Knight e4, d takes on e4. And after knight e1, maybe he had difficulties to validate this position. I imagine that was the case. So I was not sure how to validate this. Maybe get a queen on g5, a3, take on c3, and play something like h5, h4, rook h6, rook g6. There's no counterplay here. The knight d1 is stupid. And instead he played this. He played this move h6, and after this, all of the problems started. It was just a slow move. But okay. Oh, e4 immediately. Slightly impatient move. I think white should have started with a4. Let me check if I have some updates on the video. No update. Yeah. I thought maybe I'm missing something. No, I'm not missing anything. Yeah, bishop a4 is on the board. So this is a useless bishop. He wants to trade it. So white is slightly better because of the center, because of the more active rook. But with the bishops gone, I think that the Levy should be more or less safe. There's still ways for white to misplay the position. I mean, in terms of the GM norm, the draw is not great. Unfortunately. If this is indeed going to happen, a draw is not good because he's going to get more low-rated opponents. Of course, it doesn't mean that the tournament is not going to be that the tournament is going to be over. No, of course not. But it just becomes more difficult. That's why you need to have a great start in an open tournament. But of course, the game still continues. This is the live position. Yeah, somebody asked. This is the live position. No more moves got to be made. Levy has 40 minutes versus Anarchy 17. In case you just joined us, there was a glitch in the transmission that shows that Anarchy has won the game. This is not true. This is a mistake by a digital operator, most likely from Italy. Mike Novak on YouTube is asking, once you gain the GM title, can you lose it? No. It's for life. And the only moment when you can lose the title is if you cheat. And there's been one, I believe, one occasion when a professional grandmaster was stripped of his title. You know probably who it is, right? Dodo Chess is saying, if Levy loses this game, he should give up his GM dream. If he loses this game, he loses this game. Life continues. It's going to be a lesson. But I'm sure hoping it's not going to happen. But I mean, I did say that at some point there will be roadblocks. There will be tough moments. This is the road. Nobody has got to their dreams without some setbacks. Who said this, by the way? I'm wondering about progress in general. I think it was the description of one of my favorite TV series, Prison Break. Have you watched it, by the way? Great series. I love it. Story about two brothers. One of them wrongfully incarcerated. And it's all about making a progress. So I think it was the producer who explained the TV series, like, you always step back one step and you step forward two. It's always like this. I mean, those of you who watch the TV series, you're gonna agree. You step back a bit, something happens, and yet you move forward. Again, something happens, there's a roadblock, you step back, and you still continue moving forward. And I would like to believe this is how also the GM road is going to look like. You can't really expect that always is going to be step forward, step forward, step forward. That's a fairy tale. There's definitely going to be moments when some people will have doubts, but the continuation is always forward. Yeah, this e4 was too early. I think white had to keep the bishop alive. Here, a4, stopping this trade. This is how I would have played it. e4 is not going to disappear anywhere. And then she could play e4 with all the comfort. The bishop on c2 is the better piece. Anaki did not understand it, and now she's trying to figure out what to do. It is possible that Levy might offer a draw at some point. We talked briefly before the game, and he was not like in a mood that I have to win this game at all costs. So if a draw happens, it happens. It's normal. And this is, by the way, part of our coaching that we did, because when I was watching some of his recaps from the previous tournament, he was avoiding very symmetrical positions with a fear that if I go here, it's going to be a draw. Oh no. And I said, I mean, you shouldn't be afraid to play those simple symmetrical positions, because it's still a possibility that you can outplay your opponents. And the worst case that happens, if it's a draw. So it's a draw. It's normal. So don't be too bad. Don't feel too bad about this. So both players have now about 40 minutes each. Also, of course, Levy is always going to fight out, because he knows that a huge audience is watching him right now, and he couldn't fail you. That's why he said that he could never basically make quick draws, which maybe from a tournament viewpoint will be a pretty good strategy, but for the viewers, it's not so great. One thing I'm not exactly sure if we are gonna get a confirmation that the game is over. Why I'm saying this? Because our camera feed is dead for this round. There's nothing I can do about it. For the millionth time. I even wrote it on the screen. The second thing is there was a glitch with a relay. And the glitch says that White won the game before even it started. And obviously that's not true. So I'm not sure what's going to happen if this game is going to finish. How they're going to relay the result. We'll see. To my knowledge, the game still continues. Maybe they already played a draw and they're having their cocktails. I mean, I don't know. Probably not. Bishop before trade happens. All right. Levy's not lost. Don't worry. Levy's just slightly worse. That's it. He is worse. But he's still fine. Just needs to work a bit. Maybe there's going to be a chance for him even to fight for more. The best part is still ahead of us. Let me see what else I'm missing. Am I in New York? No. I am not in New York. I'm in Riga. I'm a Latvian. Riga is the capital city of Latvia. I've been in New York only once. It was 2010. Love the city. I spent there like a week. But it was not chess related. Let me see what else is there. Do I think Levy will retire from competitive chess after achieving the GM title? No. Why would he? I think that when he's going to get the GM title, he's going to find a different goal, different challenge. Maybe get to 2600. Maybe get career high rating. It's all about challenges. You know, I think it's kind of sometimes difficult to live if you have no challenges, no goals. There should be some kind of a goal that we are aiming for. when we accomplish this, we set another goal, another challenge. I don't know what's going to happen when Levy's going to get a GM title. We're going to see. I would say that he could set another goal like get to 2550, which is a pretty good rating for a grandmaster. Maybe beat Magnus Carlsen once in a chess game. I don't know. There's always a goal. I myself, I have pretty much given up on my goals as a player. And this happens when you reach your ceiling and you know you can't get any higher. Levy's not there yet. He doesn't know his ceiling. By the way, this is a great time for a chess player. When you're growing, when you're becoming stronger and stronger, you don't know how high you will peak. You're very curious. And once you peak, you realize you can't climb any higher, and you realize this by just seeing at the results. They're not improving. Then you lose motivation. The time control is 90 minutes for the entire game. The good news is that Anaki is spending time. I think that Levy's chances in a time scramble improve. They will improve. 7 minutes for White. Levy has more time. This is good. This is good news. Let me check if I have more updates. No, no updates. Maybe I should open the official results in case I'm missing something. Okay. All is good. Yeah, oh, okay. Now the delay got to you and you're wondering who was the grandmaster who was stripped of his title. Yeah, that unfortunately is Igor Rosas. It's actually pretty tragic story. And he passed away this year due to some health issues. Yeah, so I just hope this never happens to anybody else. All right, listen, I'm going to make a very short break. Be back like in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere, obviously. I'll be back here in a moment. Be back. All right. I'm back. Rook f1 is played by Naki. She's trying to organize some counterplay at f file. I suppose rook f4, rook a1. There's no attack. So black can always play king g8, rook e7, rook e8, apply some pressure here. I think that Levy wants to keep the queen on a4 for the time being. Sorry. So that there's some pressure against the pawn on a3. Yeah, by the way, Chad, I have a question. You know, I'm sometimes rewatching, I mean, it's an understatement. Basically, every single time I'm watching Levy's videos, especially when it comes to recaps of the games, etc. What's up with the GM acronyms? I just saw it in the chat. I understand there's a way to toy with the grandmaster title, GM title, general manager, General Motors. I read so many other grandmother. What is this? Where does this come from? Bubba says a whole quick draw has become a thing of the past at some point. I'm with you, my friend. Especially at the highest level. Imagine this. You buy tickets to a high level sports exhibition and the teams that just sign a draw. Imagine this. There's a tennis match and Djokovic faces Carlos Alcaraz in a Wimbledon final. And they just shake hands and agree to split the prize in half out of 5 minutes of play. Not cool, right? I'm all for fighting it out. Rook e7. I like it. Maybe queen c6, rook e8, fix those pawns. I think what he wants to do is he wants to fix those pawns because they're posing some uncertainty to black. So how do you defend the pawn? Rook e1 drops the pawn. I suppose it's not great. You play e5, there's rook e5. Okay, maybe there's some tactical reasons why rook e5 is not working, but it feels risky. I like this move. Maybe rook f4. You keep asking questions. So white could play e5. And now you might just block these pawns by playing rook e8, rook e6, king g8, rook d5. Block those pawns. And then with b5, a5, b4, undermine white's center. Yeah, rook f4 probably will be played. Isn't Latvia next to New York? Somebody wrote, I'm sorry, I can't spell your username. Actually, I would have a different question. Does United States have a city or a town or a village called Riga? Because there's a lot of cities in United States where many local towns have been named after European cities. I'm not really sure if Riga it exists in the United States, but in case you have doubts, in case it even exists, I'm from Riga, Latvia, Europe, Eastern Europe, border Russia. Can Levy's opponent lose this position? Absolutely. And by the way, rook e4 was just played. Now you see the bar is pretty close to a level. White's main problem is the pawn on a3. She cannot easily bring the other rook to defend the center or organize a counterplay because the pawn on a3 is a weakness. So I think queen b2 could be played at some point. Vanilla Settings on Twitch is asking, what's my challenge in life right now? Getting Levy to the GM title. That's my priority challenge number one. Because it's very interesting to me. And let me tell you this. Nothing really motivates me more than any player who says that Levy can't do it. It just again proves the thing that he's gonna do it. Like there was this okay, maybe I'm too heavily inspired by one of my favorite TV series. Have you watched Lost? I mean, the one where the airplane disappeared and the survivors, they found themselves on a stranded island. It was something like 6 seasons. Very nice TV series. And one of the characters, one of my favorite characters was John Locke. And one of his mottos was, it really stick in the head. Don't tell me what I can do. That's what I really like it, you know? I mean, a lot of people are coming to you and they're saying to you things, you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, this is impossible, you'll never do it. I don't know, maybe this inspiration comes from the TV series, I don't really know. But it just gets the opposite effect. If somebody comes and tells you can't do it, it's like, okay, I'm gonna prove you wrong. Because I can do it, and I believe Levy can do it. King g8, I like this move just in case. Go away from that file. Protect h7 square should he miss some, I don't know, queen c2, queen h7 ideas in the future. Whoa, d5. That's a very responsible move, and then in the middle marks this as a mistake. Wait a second. Wait a second. So she wants to play queen d4 and e5. Could there be some tactical problems? How about g5? d5 is a really strange move. g5, rook d6, rook f6, hit the pawn. Rook e4. Rook h6. Suddenly it gets really spicy. Rook e5, protect the pawn, hit the pawn. d6. Maybe some queen e8, rook e2 ideas. Or queen c6, rook d1. Queen c5. King h1. Woo, there's ideas. What I'm missing here. Maybe king g7. Wait, this is a gold chance. I mean, d5 is unexpected error. And if he would only have the video feed, Levy would be like, what? What is d5? Because I think he was expecting g5 mostly. g5, that's a move I really like. Maybe there's even something simpler like rook e8. Like Rook e8, hit the pawn. If you play rook e1, I'm just going to snatch the pawn on a3. How do you play? You play queen e4. I'm going to play queen c2. Hit the pawn. And if you play rook e1, again, it could be g5. I think this is going to be one of the key ideas, the g5 and rook e4. This is the key moment. This is the opportunity that Levy was waiting for. Maybe there's even something else like... No, but I like g5. A rook e8 could be a more quiet move. Queen d4 is always queen c2. What else is here? Maybe there's some slower move like... No, but actually, you know, now that I've seen g5, I cannot unsee it. So again, g5, rook g4 feels... maybe actually rook g5 is... rook g4 is a move. Feels quite risky, though. Yeah, I was getting excited about this rook f6, but rook g4 and h4 is actually a very reasonable idea as well. Okay, maybe not so simple. So how about just attack the pawn? Queen d4. Now what? Maybe just fix those pawns and play f6 or something. Play b5, a6, queen c2. Those pawns are blocked, although not in the way I was expecting. Maybe this is the way to continue. Yeah, g5 is maybe a bit too much. That's the first impression I got. Rook e8 and f6. Oh, f6 immediately. Okay, that's a great move. Yeah, by the way, why not? f6, b5, a6, queen c2. So white's going to play here, most likely. Maybe go b5. Then go a6. Then go queen c2. Try to apply some pressure. This looks very good to Levy. Ah, there you go. The delay finally picked up my GM question. General Motors, gym member. Yeah. Good man. Great monk. Yeah, keep them coming. Gigamail. I see. I feel I asked the right question. All right. I see if I can trust the numbers. We have peaked right now on all channels over 14,000 viewers. I just want to give you once again a huge shout out. You're amazing. Thank you for your support, for being here, watching Levy fighting for the victory. The time scramble is approaching. Unfortunately, we have no video feed. We are going to fix that for the next round for the millionth time. So, looks good. It looks like Levy is pretty safe. And before the game, I was suggesting to Levy that maybe Anarchy might be a time scramble player because she's not very active. And this is one thing that always is pretty common for players who are not very regularly playing. They're time scramble players. And Levy is definitely increasing his chances when they get to the time scramble. Rook g4 threatens with queen h6. Not a big deal. You can always play king h8 just in case. This is not a threat. Not a threat. I wouldn't really sit here until 1 minute to play king h8. There's no need to calculate queen h6. Just play king h8. Just be safe. There's a question on YouTube. Do I think there's a chance the opponent is going to collapse under the pressure? I sure hope so. I do hope so. Although Anaki, my apologies. Anaki is playing a pretty okay game. She's doing the best she can. And by the way, I also would like to say that no matter who Levy is playing against, especially Levy, he has the greatest respect for every single opponent he's facing. So let's also respect the opponent. All right, Levy's thinking queen d7. I'm not sure I like this move. I like the queen on a4, but okay, he wants to be safe. Queen h6 is queen g4. There's also f5 ideas. But okay, it's a move. I wanted to keep the queen on a4 so the black in time scramble is afraid to move the rook. That's why I quite do not like it, but okay, it feels like a very safe move. Yeah, and of course, a huge shout out to all the Latvians. How are you doing? I already got at least 5 times today messages from local Latvians. Even there was a Latvian from Toronto watching this. Probably now the Canadians are half asleep or something. Rook e4 is played. 1 minute and 35 seconds for Anaki. Levy's pressing here. He's already better. Yeah, this I would put the queen back on a4 to be honest, so that there's some ideas like queen c2, hit pawn on a3. The queen on d7 doesn't do much. White's queen d4 is incoming. Okay, maybe there's queen d6, queen d4, b5. The position is still level, but Levy's pressing. Queen d6. Okay. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Queen d6 also hits the rook at f4. I completely forgot. Silly. All right. Would I beat Levy 10-0? Where? Over the board games? No. Actually, I thought if I ever would have a chance to play against Levy over the board, I would never agree to quick draw. I would try to make a fun lesson out of this. And if he would beat me, I would be completely fine with that. In online blitz, I think that Levy is better than me. So he's been 2800 something. Rook g4. Anaki goes back to the queen h6 idea. Just play king h8 or king h7. Ah, then she wants to play queen d4 so that the rook is not under attack. I see. I see. Critical moment of the game. This is why we were waiting for this moment for the last 4 hours or so. This is it. This is it. 1 minute for White, less than 4 minutes for Levy. The game will be decided right now. Levy knows this is a critical moment. By the way, I have a question to you. How many of you have watched Levy's classical game coverages so far? It's a bit different, isn't it, right? It's not the blitz you're used to, not the speeches championships, not bullet. This is classical chess. It takes forever. But it's still fun. I see some Lithuanians go. Yeah, those Lithuanians. They beat our national team in the Olympics 3x3 basketball for the bronze medal. The entire Latvia mourns. But we beat them last year in the FIBA World Cup for the 5th place. Haha. Yeah, there's always some rivalry between us. Friendly rivalry. All right, Levy's thinking. I don't like the long think. I don't think Levy wants to get here to the time scramble with 30-second increment. The position is pretty safe, but is the position where you want to spend a lot of time? I think he's just trying to figure out, does he want queen d4 to happen or not? Of course, the pawn on h6 is under attack as well. I remember when Levy was playing in Madrid, some of the games when he was executing the most with only 3 seconds on the clock, I said to Levy, you know, I realize that you're probably used to this, you're in control, and you're not going to flag, but it's very difficult to watch as a coach. He laughed about me. All right, he needs to make a move. He's already low on 1 minute, below 1 minute. Rook g4, still has made a move. King h8, it's gotta be king h8. Is there something else? Is he considering h5 here? h5, hit a pawn, rook h4. And some queen c5 check. Okay. I suppose queen d4 is gonna happen. Is it happening? Oh, that's a trap. Queen d4 takes. It's gonna be rook e8 with the idea to play rook e1 f5. Oh, that is smart. This is a smart check. King h1, I suppose, or king f1 has to be the move. But White wants to play queen e4. Queen f2 also is a move. It shows 15 seconds. I'm not sure if this is accurate. Anaki did not expect this. Queen e4 is a mistake. Queen e4, this is golden opportunity. Now take on d4, play rook e8, hit a pawn on e4. She fell right into the trap that Levy dug for her. So queen d4 here, rook e8, a pawn on e4 is going to be under attack. This is exactly what Levy wanted. Unexpected opportunity. Takes. Rook e8 has got to follow. f5, rook d5 also looks very tempting here. f5 takes. Rook d5. Those pawns are weaknesses. This looks very tempting, but maybe rook e8 is a bit better. Rook e8, you need to calculate what happens after d6, rook d7. Does white keep the pawns? This looks very tempting. Sure, it does. But rook e8 looks very tempting. How do you make this decision? He definitely feels this is a big moment. Maybe there's even something better. How about g5, h5 and try to get a pawn on e4? Yeah, g5 is a huge move, imprisoning the rook on g4, but it's a very counterintuitive move. These pawns, they're not strong. They're weaknesses. They're weak pawns. 12 seconds for Levy. You gotta make a move. You gotta make a move. 7 seconds. 5 seconds. There's definitely should be a move. G5, B5, B5. Wow. Probably still pretty good. We're officially in the most exciting moment of the game. B5 is a move I don't understand it. This feels like a panic move. Because I think he should have paid attention to what happens to those pawns. And while the opponent is thinking, maybe he's going to formulate the idea of G5, H5 and try to get the pawn on E4. There's nothing wrong with the move anyway. A4, B4, you go forward. Rook B1, you play E6. A4, maybe sack the pawn. Yeah, that's the one I don't like. What do you do after Rook B1? It's a very easy move. A4 is going to be a very easy move after that. 20 seconds for white. Rook B1 is definitely incoming. Maybe he wants to play F5 then and then play Rook D5. Or maybe A6, A4 and then play F5. Okay, I'm not going to put it on the screen so that you can see. There you go. Rook B1 is on the board. A6 should be a very quick move here. Don't play on the last seconds. This is why I told to Levy. There you go. A6 is played exactly like in 5 seconds. A4, I think it could be F5. Rook D5, and black forms 2 pass pawns on the queen side. Maybe there's something else. Maybe just ignore those pawns. A4 play Rook B7. Yeah, by the way, they're not moving forward, are they now? A4 is on the board. So white is sacrificing the pawn. B takes on A4 is no good because white is going to activate the rook. So Rook B7 makes perfect sense. F5 looks tempting. And B takes on A4 just doesn't feel right. Rook B7 allows those pawns to be pushed forward, but it removes some tension against the central pawns. A big decision. Quite a big decision for Levy to make. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's Rook B8, not Rook B7. If you play Rook B8, you keep the pawn on E4 under check, but if you play Rook B8, you leave the pawn on D6. Uncontested. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, C3. That's a move I did not expect. So where's the idea? Take. An engine marks this as a mistake. I don't like this move. So what about white just grabs the pawn here on B5? C3. I think there was no need to give up this pawn. And it also brings white to a position where she basically has no other move. I mean, the pawn on C3 is very strong. Rook G3 drops the pawn. So 8x on B5 is going to happen anyway. I don't like this choice. Levy still has a healthy position, but why give up a pawn? Now Levy's thinking about something. About what? I mean, 8x on B5 should be a pretty easy move. C2 makes no sense here. 8x on B5 is played. The time management could have been a bit better. Maybe now he realized that something is quite not working. Could it be that he blundered C2, Rook C5? I find it very hard to believe. So Rook B5 tries to play Rook C5. This is an easy move for white. Maybe Rook C8. The rook goes back and try to break the center somehow. This is getting really tense. Rook G3. Big blunder by Anaki. How about now you protect the pawn here? You play Rook C7. Maybe Rook E4, Rook D4 is also a possibility. Rook C8 as well. By the way, Rook C8 looks really good. Keep the rook attacking here. Rook C8, you're going to take on B5. There's C2. This pawn is unstoppable. I think Rook C8 has got to be the move. You need to protect this pawn. It's too strong. It's too important. Rook E4, Rook D4 doesn't feel quite right. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds for Levy. 1 second. C2, Rook C1. I mean, these are clearly nerves. Yeah, this C2 was not necessary. C2, I suppose now you play Rook C8. You need to protect this pawn. Maybe he wants to play Rook E4, Rook D4. And get the extra pawn. 5 seconds is really hard to watch. Levy making these decisions. Yeah, he should have played this rook c8 before the rook was on b1. Now this allows the white to activate the rook on b3. Because with the pawn on c3, this was impossible. So here in this position, white wouldn't have access to rook b3. And after rook c1, he could have played b4. That's a miss. But the game still continues. I mean, it's amazing, right? How we're following a classical game with very slow pace and suddenly it's getting really fast-paced game. This very often happens when you're playing a tournament with no second time control. There's no more time coming after move 40. That's it. They're going to get extra 30 seconds per move, and that's it. No more time is incoming here. So Naki is making a move. She has to make a choice. D6 is played. Whoa, now this is getting really spicy here. I suppose rook e4, you want to eliminate this pawn? Rook d7 makes no sense. White's going to push e5. Rook e4 has got to follow. Levy's still pushing here. Rook e4 happens. Maybe d7. White gets to eliminate his pawn. The question is this position enough to win? Levy is still pushing. He had some good chances, but the game is still not over. D7 is going to happen. The pawn on c2 is too strong, so white should eliminate it. There you go again. 15, 14, 30 seconds. Whew. What's she going to do? I don't see any other move. You cannot tolerate the pawn on c2. She plays rook d3. Okay, maybe it's still a move. Protect the pawn on d4. So probably you need to eliminate this pawn on d6 as well. The rook on d4 has done everything he could. Maybe king f7 is a move. Get the king closer to the action. King f7 makes perfect sense as well. I like rook e6. I like king f7. Levy should try to keep the pawn on b5 alive. The pawn on c2 is gone. There's nothing he can do about it. The pawn on b5 has to survive. Come on, Levy, make a move. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Where's the move? King of 7 is on the board. All right. So he wants to get the king here closer to the pawn, and that's why white has to push d7. d7 here, rook c2, rook d7. The question is, can he keep the pawn alive? Because if it falls, there's a fair chance this position is a theoretical draw. Of course, the game will still continue. 3 pawns against 2. d7 is on the board. So Naki picks up rook d8. There you go. There's the response. Rook c2, rook d7. Couple of easy moves. Actually, I'm thinking maybe after rook c2, there's the idea to play rook e1, rook b1. But I don't imagine Levy picking this up in a time scramble. You need to keep the pawn on b5 alive. So rook c2. If you take on b7, rook b3, rook b2, this pawn is gone. You need it alive. You need it alive. So rook c2, how do you keep it alive? You put the rook on b1, but you keep the pawn on d7 alive. Is this something that Levy gonna find? It's a difficult idea. No, he didn't find it. Yeah, I was feeling it was tough. Now this is a theoretical draw, but the game continues. So this pawn will be traded for the b pawn, will be traded for the d pawn. So he wants to keep 2 rooks on the board. White cannot keep the pawn on d4 alive. If she plays something like d5, that's a big mistake. Rook b3, she correctly picks up the right idea. Now no longer black cannot keep this pawn alive. So you gotta take it here. And just pray that with 2 rooks on the board, there's gonna be some practical chances to win the game. It still continues. Now, what I would do here for Levy, I would play a bit faster, accumulate time, and apply pressure against the opponent's clock. Yeah, now he realizes the pawn on b5 cannot be saved. Rook b7 is rook b2. The pawn is gone. Forget about the pawn. You need to do something else. 30 seconds. counting. He's trying to figure out, is there a way to save that pawn? He's going to realize there's no way. There's no way. Just don't trade the rooks. Because one rook each, 3 pawns against 2, that's considered to be a theoretical draw. Of course, you can play it. Aha, this is pretty smart. So he wants to play rook c5, takes, and play b4. I like this idea. Nice trap. So maybe Anahi is going to fall for it. Rook c5 takes, b4, c6, king e6, and king takes care of the pawn. Let's pray Anahi is going to play rook c5. It's a very tempting move, but I think it's a huge mistake. Rook b2 is the correct move. Rook c5 is a losing move by the looks. Rook c7. Okay, she picks up the correct defense. I suppose king g6, rook g3 check is not a big deal. The pawn on g7 doesn't matter. This pawn matters. The pawn on b5 matters. She's trying to attack the pawn. Wait, can you play rook e7 here? Rook e7 looks very tempting. Rook c5. Now you cannot play rook b7 because this pawn will be traded. Rook e7 has got to be a move. King g6 looks tempting. I suppose rook e7, rook c5, and take on d4. There you go. Now rook c5 is the move. So, unfortunately, Anaki picked up the trap. Now rook c5 is the move. Because after the trade, the rook no longer protects the b4 square. This is the correct move. And black will be unable to keep the pawn on b5. So far, precise play by the Ecuadorian player. There you go. The only move marked by engine. Take on d5, take on b4, keep the 2 rooks alive. Don't trade the rooks. Do not. Do not trade the rooks, Levy. And he does not. Of course, he knows. He knows it perfectly. He knows it's a theoretical draw. But with 2 rooks on the board, there's some practical chances. Although the engine says it's just a dead draw. We are going to see. Maybe play rook d2. How about this? Oh, wait, rook b2 is rook b7. I was thinking you could go for the rook e2, rook e1 ideas, double the rooks on the second rank, and shred with a mate. But this is a big idea. Maybe play king g6 first. Black is going to play, white's going to play rook b7. I think a pair of rooks is going to disappear from the board. Maybe rook d to d7 is the best move. Keep the rooks alive. Yeah, this, by the way, makes a lot of sense. Play rook d to d7 and play king g6, h5, advance those pawns and pray it's going to be enough. Don't trade the rooks. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He needs to make a move. Rook e2. I like this. This is a good choice. Rook b7, I suppose. This comes to the mate threat. Rook d2, rook d1. Rook b7, king g6, rook g3, king f5. You take the pawn, that's a mate on the board. Good practical try. But does it even tactically work? Check here, check here. There's a check. And no more mate. Because white will always have rook f1 defense against the mate. So most likely rook b7, the best move black can do here is play rook e7. Ah, wait, there's also king g8, by the way. I'm completely forgetting this move. Rook b8, king h7. King g8, king h7. h3. This feels like a chance. This feels like a chance, Levy. How about you play g5 here? g5, king g6, put the rooks on the second rank. Maybe even play rook d2 immediately. Rook g3 and play g5, king g6. Suddenly it looks very real. Rook e5? Okay, that's what I did not expect. I thought he wanted to double the rooks on the second rank. We are gonna see. Let me see if I have any updates. No updates. I don't think that white wants to trade on e5. It's gonna create a pass pawn for black. Rook b7 check. Yeah, King g8, I suppose. You have to go around because king g6 allows rook g3 check. This rook e5 was really strange. I don't like it. It felt like he had a real chance a couple of moves ago. But it's difficult. It's difficult to be accurate when you're playing an increment. I mean, if this was so easy, then why don't everybody does it? Wait, I don't like this. King g6. Why do you trade the rooks, Levy? Rook c3. Okay. I'm officially surprised why also Anaki is not trading the rooks, because if somebody wants to keep the two rooks on the board, it's definitely black. She wants to play rook c7, rook g5 is played, keeping the two rooks on the board. Also, it enables rook d2. The game continues. Rook c7, king h7, everything is okay. The game is not a draw yet. It's draw-ish. It's draw-ish, but it's not a draw. And I think that's why I should have traded the rooks. Maybe she's not sure that's a draw. I don't know. King h2, okay, there you go. She's now ready to play rook g3. And unfortunately for Levy, he can't dodge it. No way. Maybe h5, h4, try to put the pawn on h4 before it's too late. But after h5, now White is going to play rook g3. All right. The game still continues. Rook g3 is an unstoppable idea. So how do you continue? h5 is the only idea I can think of. It also enables king h6 square to defend the pawn on g7 should White ever double the rooks. I see nothing better here. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, rook d2. I don't like this. I mean, you don't want to force White to pick up the correct defense. And she picked it. No big surprise there. The game still continues. Takes, h5, king h6. Some practical chances. Rook c2, a slow waiting move. A rook g5 is just good. I don't think the black wants to double the pawns, but he's going to have to. Rook g5, h takes, and king g1 or something. We are going to see. The viewers, what do you think? How the game's going to finish? Is Levy going to do it? Or it's a draw? What do you think? What's your thoughts? Very tense game. Maybe a necessary small wake up for Levy to get in the rhythm. It's not easy. The start of the tournament is always very tricky. He missed a couple of winning possibilities in this game. He was worse. Now he has an extra pawn, and Anaki is not trading the rooks. I don't understand it. Just get them off the board. What's there not to like about the trade? So I quite do not understand. 10 seconds. Rook g5 is going to cap him. h4 also is a move. I mean, okay, there you go. Rook g5 is finally played. So now we have just one rook pair on the board. Having the double pawns, I don't think this really favors black. Maybe try to give a mate. Rook c3, king g4, f5 would be really funny if the game continued like this. I don't think it's going to happen. The best that Levy could do is try to trade the g-pawns. There you go, rook c3, king of 2 is on the board. If he could get those g-pawns off the board, then f-pawn becomes a pass pawn. Maybe king h6, f6, g5, somehow advance. Rook c6. I like this move. It is the White's why to play something like g4, because then you can organize a pass pawn with g6 and 5. So in a nutshell, what White should do here, White should trade as many pawns as he can. Why is this? Because if you remove a couple of points of the board, we reach a theoretically drawn endgame. Even this is a draw. But removing a couple of points off the board, it's a theoretically completely drawn endgame. So Levy should not allow this. Sorry. Realistically, the only chance that Levy has here is the time scramble of the opponent. And by the looks, he doesn't really feel that Anaki knows for sure how to draw this. In the meantime, we have in all platforms 19,000 viewers watching Levy right now battling this insane endgame. It was up and down moments so far. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. You gotta make a move. Where's the move? Where's the move for white? G4, G4. All right, this is good news. I think this is good news because even though the agent is going to say it's a dead draw, maybe he's going to find a way to persuade white to take on a 5. Probably still a draw because king h6, g6, f5, maybe white is not going to take on a 5. By the way, that could be a problem. Like king h6, g6, f5, white could decide keep the pawn alive. King g2 is played. King h6, f6, g5, f4. There's some tricks. I don't buy it's a dead draw. g4 was a big decision by Anaki. Still not yet a draw. I've seen more drawish positions than this. King h7. Okay, there's no need to rush. King g8, king f8, rook e3, rook e7, king f7. Levy can play this slowly and carefully. Maybe actually this is a bit better than king h6. Just go around, get the rook on e3, get the king out, activate the rook. Rook e3, there you go. That's a nice move. And now play king g8. King g8, king f8, and rook e7. There you go. Now Levy amasses some time. I would like to believe this is where the training kicks in. Maybe not. But we talk quite a bit about time management. When you have easy moves, you just play them out. Accumulate time. Pressure your opponent's clock. Also, Anaki starts to play faster. Now they have each 2.5 minutes on the clock. Rook e7 is going to follow here. You need to activate the king. I don't think that white can afford to go for the pawn endgame. It should be lost. Rook e7, correctly played. This is not a dead draw. Okay, maybe for super grandmasters, this is an obvious draw. For everybody else, this is a very much a live position. So what Levy wants, he wants to play king f7, g6, f5, create a pass pawn, and activate the king. Because there's 2 rules for rook endgames, and that is you need to have, number 1, active rook, number 2, active king. That's it. Number 3, a lot of luck. King f7, 3 minutes for Levy. So you can be assured he is not going to lose on time. King f3. I mean, there could be some easy moves like g6. I think you need to play this move at some point. Maybe rook a7, rook a3 is a move. Rook a7 is a very easy move to make. Just in case, thread with some rook a3 ideas. And then play g6 and see what happens. All right. All right. Come on, Levy, you can do it. So rook b7. Okay, why rook b7, not rook a7? Odd choice. I suppose you want to push the rook a bit farther away so that when you start to give checks, it's as far away from the king as possible. Odd choice. It doesn't matter. It's exactly the same. So I think White's going to play something like rook c3 to protect from the check, just in case. And then Levy's going to play g6 f5. No, rook a8. All right. Now g6 has got to be the move. g6, rook a5, rook b6, king e6, and f5 is happening. f5 is going to happen no matter what. In case the viewers, you're wondering how to become better at chess. And this is what I said to Levy. Let me show you. This is the Bible. Doretsky's Endgame Manual. All kinds of boring rook endgames, what we have right now, you should study this book. Levy has done it. At least I think so. Practical chances. Rook d7, easy move. Again, I think the right strategy here, what Levy wants to do, he wants to figure out the best chance. What is it? Push f5. It got to be push f5. But the strategy is you want to use your best chance when your opponent is at time scramble. So what I would do, and I hope Levy is going to do it, is that you maneuver here and there. You kind of make threats, but what you're actually doing, you're extracting time. And when your opponent is at the lowest clock situation, this is when you fire out your best chance. And you just hope it's going to work or it's not going to work. You just hope it's going to work. But obviously you realize it's probably a draw. So if I was Levy, I would wait for this moment when Anaki gets to something like 30 seconds and then play g6 f5 so that she doesn't have enough time to figure out how to deal with this. Rook h8. Okay, so she wants to play h4. She finally picked up the idea that trading the pawns might be a good idea. I mean, there could be rook d1, rook h1. I don't think that Levy should allow the pawn trade just like that without a fight, because it's going to be easier for White to defend this position with only one pawn against two than two against three. Rook d3 check. I suppose king g2. Maybe he's looking for some moment when he can play. What's his idea actually? Maybe king g6, h4 takes, and king g5. Maybe this is what he wants. It's a good try. It's not going to spoil anything, and then you could always go around. When you don't know how to win, and there's no possibility to win, set traps to your opponent. And setting hidden traps is one of the greatest skills in chess. Let's see if Levy can find something here. Rook e3. He says, I don't mind you playing h4. I think this is a trap. h4 takes and king g6, king g5. I like it. It's a very good move. Rook e3 is a smart move. So again, h4 takes, king g6, king g5, opponent g4 could be under attack. And Anaki picks this up. She feels something is wrong. All right. Maybe they're going to get there at some point. How about some rook e7, rook d7, allow White to play h4, then cut off the king, and then play king g5, if possible. This is the kind of position that Levy will never agree to draw without a big fight, because he has no risk. He has extra pawn. And I'm not going to argue that objectively is probably a draw. Sure, no problem. But white is the one who is trying to make it, not black. Rook b7. I think there's going to be rook e7 because king e6 would drop the pawn. King e6 is not going to work. Rook g7, rook g6. I don't think there's any activity here. So white stops at 5. I think a 5 is inevitable. So you could play rook d7, king e6, rook d6. A 5 is going to happen no matter what. You know, it's very funny to get a bless you with a 10-minute delay. Thank you. I mean, I did it like 10 minutes ago, didn't I? All right. King e6. He's going to try to go forward. Go forward. It's a good try. Why not? You could always bring the rook here to defend from the checks. It also enables the 5 idea. Somebody said, Anaki, the H is the silent name. Yeah, listen, sorry. Yeah, I don't really know how to pronounce the last name. Anai. It could be Anai, yeah? Especially when it comes pronouncing the names from the Spanish communities. I have problems to pronounce it because H sometimes pronounced as or was it J was pronounced as H, etc. So I don't really know. Never meant any disrespect by wrongly pronouncing the player names. All right. Groupie Incognito on Twitch chat says 20% win, 80% draw. I don't think so. I would say the odds are 60% Levy's going to win. 40% there's going to be a draw. Maybe it's an overkill, but it's not easy. This is not an easy, super obvious draw. I trust in Levy. I think rook d7 needs to be played. Just to make sure there's no checks. f5, maybe not the right moment to play. By the way, somebody already mentioned this in the chat. You got to understand the difference between an objective draw, objective evaluation. It's a draw. And if it indeed is going to finish in a draw, this is something else. There's a lot of theoretical endgames, for example, rook and bishop versus rook. It's objectively a draw. And yet, why so many players tend to misplay? Because there's difficulties. King e4, responsible move. I suppose rook d6, rook a6, rook a4 looks very tempting. Also, this king is quite far away from the pawn on h3. Rook d6, yes, played very quickly. Rook a6, you need to give the rook some freedom. White is a bit stuck here. So rook a6 and f5 is the big threat. For black is easy, for white is not so easy. I think we are going to get to the same game, G and F pawns versus the H pawn. And listen to this. I could find it in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, edition number 4. I'm going to get you the page. Just a second. Rook endgames, rook endgames. 2 pawns, 160. I'm going to find it for you. So in the meantime, I hope I'm not gonna miss anything. Yeah, Naki here is thinking. All right. Page 176. Okay, you're not seeing this, obviously. From the 4th edition of the Redskins Endgame Manual, those type of positions with F5, they're covered in the book. 176. That's why you studied endgames. All right. The big moment here, Anaki is not sure. She is not sure about this because F5 is incoming. How does she react to that? F5 is a big threat. Takes. You could have taken a 5, rook b4 check. How do you react to this? You could have traded the h pawn. You don't want to create a pass pawn for black. I think here F5 is going to follow very quickly. This is the perfect moment that I was telling to you. Levy should get the opponent low on the clock and unleash his best chance. This might be it. This is the best chance. Either play 5 now or never. This check makes no sense. King g2 just goes away. He's thinking. He's thinking about his choices. In total, we have more than 21,000 Levy's fans on Twitch and YouTube watching this endgame simultaneously. Huge shout out to all of you for being officially amazing. And let's just pray that Levy's going to find a way to capitalize on this extra pawn. If he's not going to win, then he's not going to win. It's not the end of the world. But I do think that he has practical chances. If you're going to get to the moment when black has a pass pawn on f5, I'm going to tell you one tragic comedy I was once watching in real time. Okay, rook b3 check. Not sure I like this move, but okay, it doesn't really change much. Maybe rook d3 now to cover from the checks and then play f5. You gotta play f5 at some point. Now f5 looks a bit dangerous because there's rook a6 check. Hitting the pawn on g6. Yeah, there you go, rook d3. Because any pawn endgame favors Levy. He is completely fine to trade. Also, rook a6 enables king a5, king a4 ideas. Still great ways, possibilities for what to go wrong. I think he simply wants to give the opportunity for a nai to go wrong. Like, give the opportunity to make the mistake. Don't rush. Rook b5 probably is the right move. Anai is not sure. Wait a second, what about king e5 here? What about king e5 here? Can you do it? Rook g8? Is this working? Or is it not working? Big moment here. King e5, rook g8. Does this defense work? King e5, rook g8. King f4, rook g6. Check, the king is cut off. King g3. If you take it, there's no mate, there's rook f1. I think it's a draw, you can't do it. But okay, everything's a draw here, so you gotta try something. But I would still rely on the f5 push. King e5, rook g8 seems to seal the deal. That it's just a draw. So I suppose just play f5 here. f5 looks pretty reasonable. And then maybe think about king f5, king f4. f5 is on the board. Well played. That's a good choice. And exactly this position is page 176. If white trades, exactly this. 2 pawns and 2 rooks versus rook and a pawn. Okay, maybe white is not going to take it, but then again, f4 is a big problem. Big decision for Nagi. I don't know what she should do. Trade the pawns, I suppose. Okay, this check doesn't change much. King f6 is an easy move. Then what? Maybe she has decided not to trade those pawns, but is it really so easy? For example, king f6, rook goes away. I go king e5. So, king f6, rook a8, king e5. You go here. I play king f4. There's ways to misplay this. I have a feeling we might see a theoretical endgame. I call it the triangle. The king's on g3, pawn is on g4, rook is on g1, which is theoretically winning. I just hope Levy knows this. All right. I think there's going to be another move, rook e3, just in case, protect from some checks. So Anai doesn't want to take on f5. She's not sure. If we compare this position that we had with the pawn on g2, this is a progress to Levy. All the bar says, what does it matter? It's still 0.04, which means it's a draw. Now it feels like a progress. The opponent is not exactly sure how to make a draw here. The king is cut off. f4 could be a move at some point, but I don't like it to be played right now. Maybe just go here. Rook e3, king f6 so that you can cover. I like this move. This is a nice move. King g3, f4, king f3. You go here. This is a trap. So king f3 I think is the only move. King g1 looks very scary. I think she's going to play king f3 and then f4. And rook h2. Very nice idea by Levy here. King g1 is a very scary move to make in a time scramble. I think going with the king forward is a mistake, actually. She goes forward. Does it change anything? I think it's a mistake. Just a second. What happens after f4? No, the engine said this is still okay. f4, you go here. How is this a draw, by the way? Maybe there's some smart checks. And get the rook here on h7. f4, check. King g8, check. Here. King h6. Big decision for Levy. Should he try to play f4? Because he definitely sees this idea. That was the entire purpose of the check. Or he's going to delay the decision and try something else. f4 is on the board. Now, how does... Oh, wait. After king g8, the pawn is under attack. I just noticed. You have no time to go around. Rook b7, king f6, rook h7. But the game still continues. You give checks, you promote the king. Still not a dead draw. Still super unclear. That's why I'm saying there's hope for human beings. For engines, they would just laugh at us. They are laughing at us. But the endgame is much more complex than you think. 10 seconds for Nai. f4 was a good try. Rook b5. I'm not sure about this move. How about king f6, king g7, king h6 here? To be honest, it feels like a mistake for white. King of 6. Again, this is a big threat. Check. Go away. Go away. So where's the draw? Where's the draw? I don't see it. King G7. So the king is getting to H6 away from checks, and this is a big threat. I think we are about to see a major development in the next moves. Rook here, okay. King H6, so far this is easy. Now what? How do you defend against this? Rook B3? King E4? King E4, you can give a check first. King F3, and now go back to H2. Okay, maybe King E4 check and King D4 somehow is a draw, but it just makes no sense to walk away from the passed pawn. I could imagine easily Anaya getting really nervous here. So far, she's doing a really good job. I don't really like this G4 push earlier. This gave Levy some serious chances. Rook B3, there you go. I suppose Rook H4. Rook H2, King E4, and then see what happens. Have to go around. You need a king anyway. Could be some slower moves like put the rook here on D6, E6, get the king around, try to play rook E3, etc. So Levy is showing his endgame magic here. We're gonna see Rook H2, King E4. Okay. Is he gonna activate the king? King G7 makes sense. King E4 is the only move which is completely understandable. Everything else was losing for white. King G7, check here, check here, check here, check. Yeah, I think this gives nothing to Levy here. You need a rook to defend those pawns, then activate the king. By the way, part of the GM road is also learning how to grind down theoretically drawn positions. Because I believe all the players have breaking point. Some players are very solid. They don't make any mistakes in the first 40 moves. Some players make mistakes after move 50. Some collapse after move 60. You just need to continue to press. And eventually, they should make a mistake. So that's what Levy is trying to do. Rook H1 just to make a move. I suppose Rook H3 will be the response by Unai here. And in the meantime, also Levy is using the opponent's time to calculate what he can do. But I think it's going to be very difficult to make a progress without a king. You need a king. King E5. Wow. Wow, what a responsible move. I'm not sure I would have played that. That's a very aggressive defensive move. What about rook E1 check? King of 6. Maybe she wants to get some drawing ideas here. I suppose you want to keep the king closer to the F pawn, no? Not run away? That's a really surprising move. Rook E1 check. Is she going to play king of 6? Wow. Rook A1, okay. Legally, the game can continue forever. Because you can make 49 moves without any trades, any pawn pushes. King f6. And now he tries to play aggressive, but this leaves the pawn on the 4 unattended. Maybe actually it's pretty okay because she's going to play king f7, king f6, trying to shoulder the king. Very aggressive. Still might be okay. Yeah, you need a king. 3 seconds for Levy. He needs to make a move. Where's the move? 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 Oh, what just happened here? Why I'm not getting any moves here anymore? Please do not tell me you flag here, Levy. There's no more moves incoming. Why does it stop after king f6? Did he just flag? Oh god, I hope it didn't happen. I'm not getting any moves here. What just happened here? I do not have any update. There's no more moves incoming. Let me check. No, there's no result obviously here. Oh my goodness, please do not tell me you flagged this. Because the timer shows 0, there's no more moves incoming. That would be really bad. Not only for the sake of this game, but the tournament. I have no update. There's no more moves incoming. Maybe they just dropped the pieces or something. Unfortunately, we have no video to check. What just happened here? I'm checking the official result. There's no result. Let's just pray that everything is still okay to Levy. I mean, king f6 was a very aggressive defensive move, and the clock just expired. I would find it really hard to believe that Levy will flag this with only 30 seconds on the clock. Added 30 seconds on the clock. No result yet. Cannot confirm. Let me refresh the window. There's nothing. Nothing is happening here. Maybe the transmission just broke at the most inappropriate moment. Sometimes this happens. No result yet. We have no feed. We have no video. We have no game. Oh, all right. Let me see if I can get from the official transmission, because I'm using a different source. No update. Let me see. Where is he? Draw. All right. Okay. All right. Whew. You scared me there. Levy, don't do that. Whew. Okay, I already thought that the worst happened, and Levy lost on time because his clock expired apparently after king f6. There's a draw offer. So the game finishes in a draw. Well, what can I say? It was a long game. and Levy missed some winning chances. So maybe I would like to pinpoint a couple of critical moments. The opening was a success. Levy played his king e7, the bomb cloud, which actually here was working just fine. Bishop e6, rook c8, c4, all of this was pretty okay. And this was the moment when he played this weird mistake. He played h6. I quite did not understand it. I think he should have played knight e4, rook d8, not waste time on h6. I think he didn't like really knight g5. So the game continued, and at some point he was just worse. About here. And apparently Anahi could have played after bishop d7, simply a4, then play e4 and secure some advantage. Probably Levy would be pretty okay. And now things started to go in Levy's favor here. King g8, d5 was a given huge opportunity to Levy. He put the queen on d6, rook g4. He was starting to take over the game, and this is where it was the first huge chance for Levy to take down the game. Takes, and he had to pick up this move, g5. If he had played g5, he would have won the game. With the idea to play h5 and collect those pawns. That's it. He didn't find it. He played b5, a4, another big mistake. Big chance was to play rook b7, ignore the pawns, but you could understand it. He was pretty nervous about it. Now, Anahi apparently did not pick up rook b5, rook c5 defensive idea. And this was yet another opportunity for Levy to win the game, to play rook c7 or rook c8, keep the pawn alive, only then collect those pawns. And after that, it was just a draw. So he had two winning chances. It was still pretty tricky. And this endgame objectively was always a draw. It was always a draw. But he managed to get to this very interesting moment. He pushed a 5 right here. And Anahi played pretty good defense. Maybe a 4. Yeah, I guess he had to try it. Maybe it made sense to play here instead of this. A rook e3, king f6, try to get a king on a4, but objectively it was always a draw. And Anahi showed why she is woman international master, because she defended this position really nicely, although this g4 was a bit too much, to be honest, for my taste. All right, so well played. Well played for Levy. This is an important lesson. He was unable to win the game, but still, good lesson, good fought game. There's going to be another game today. This game is going to start in, let me tell you when exactly. In 1.5 hours. In 19 minutes, the next round is going to start. So this means the coverage is going to start in slightly more than 1 hour. So right now, we're wrapping up the broadcast of this round. A total I can see we have, wow, 23,000 viewers on both of Levy's platforms, which is absolutely insane. Thank you again for following this round too. And we'll be seeing you in slightly more than 1 hour when Levy is going to resume his adventures in the Spilimbergo Open, round number 3. He has 1.5 points out of 2. The draw is a small setback, but it's not a tragedy. It's a completely normal result. And see you, right? So I'm Latvian grandmaster out to nations, in case somebody didn't pick it up. I'm coaching Levy, trying to help him to get the GM title. I'll be seeing you in something like 1 hour. Take care and don't go anywhere. Take some snacks and be back in 1 hour.